Yo soy tu canto, yo soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza, yo soy la verdad, yo no tengo duelo.
How did a democratic country produce 9 million victims in almost 6 decades? The conflict has affected all of us. The Colombian population needs to understand what happened, who did it happen to, how did it happen, why did it happen, and why does it keep happening? Since its creation, the Truth Commission has traveled throughout the country to listen to the testimonies of more than 25,000 Colombians. We have held more than 500 face-to-face and online events, overcoming distance and the pandemic. Thousands of Colombians have voluntarily given their testimonies to shed light on what happened during the Colombian armed conflict. Now the country will receive the results of this exercise in clarification, given dignity, recognition, and coexistence, which we hope will become the engine for non-repetition. The time has come to deliver the final report of the Truth Commission to the country. It will have several chapters, each of which seeks to respond to the topics requested by the mandate. It's a compilation of the research and findings that we have been working on since the Truth Commission was created. This report may be consulted or downloaded in its entirety and complemented with immersive content on the digital platform. This is the most comprehensive account of the conflict in Colombia. It doesn't only bring together the chapters of the final report, but also the work of the Truth Commission over the years, the methodologies implemented, and the files that give an account of this work. As part of a wider picture, the digital platform aims to coordinate, deepen, and contextualize the overall narrative of the conflict. We want to put forward an interactive, immersive, and inclusive experience that will become an instrument the country can use to talk and listen and may stretch across time and space. The entire Colombian population is included in this story, so no one is left out. We make the victims visible and also those perpetrators who voluntarily provided their testimonies. We want new generations to connect with each other and strengthen their commitment to transformation. The truth can set people free. The truth builds scenarios of coexistence. The truth contributes to the dignity of all men and women. The truth is a contribution to non-repetition. Legacy of the Truth Commission.
Porque acepté con tanta alegría la invitación de la Comisión de la Verdad por amor a los colombianos presentes que quieren saber su pasado, que tienen el valor de enfrentar la historia, los hechos y acontecimientos del conflicto armado, por los que tienen sed de verdad, que están hartos de no enfrentar, de negar, de esquivar la pregunta de la culpa, del perdón, de la no repetición, por admiración de las víctimas y respeto por los victimarios presentes que pidieron perdón.
El trabajo en las regiones también nos parece muy relevante. Creo que se ha generado mucha confianza en las comunidades, confianza en las víctimas, confianza en los excombatientes a través del trabajo en la región. La comisión también es la materialización de lo que mucho destacamos del Acuerdo de Paz, que es las víctimas en el centro, ¿no? Entonces, y ahí creo que hemos tenido ya, a través del trabajo de la comisión, a través del trabajo de las entidades, muchas historias ya de inspiración del papel de las víctimas, y creo que hay que también seguirlo destacando.
todos los que estamos aquí vivimos esa guerra. No solamente tal vereda, no, todos lo vivimos. Y fue muy triste y murieron muchas amistades, mucha gente muy allegada a uno, se desaparecieron.
What we are doing now in Colombia is a big challenge. After 50 years of armed conflict between the FARC people and the Colombian State, about 9 million people were affected and are victims of the conflict. They were displaced from their territories.
Muchos de nuestros aliados de comunidad internacional, así como otros aliados, han estado en el territorio desde hace mucho tiempo y van a seguirlo estando. Entonces, haber contado con su apoyo, con su mano guía, con su confianza para desarrollar esto, pues para nosotros fue muy favorable. Una entidad que tenía solamente 3 años para generar procesos, pues lo mejor que podía hacer era tomarse las manos de los aliados, entrar en contacto con los diversos actores en el territorio y cuando nos retiremos saber que los procesos pueden seguir en el territorio también.
Es muy importante trabajar de la mano con la Comisión de la Verdad para tejer esas historias desde los territorios más aislados, más alejados en el país y asegurar que las voces de tantas personas que han sido silenciadas por décadas son escuchadas.
Colombia se demuestra a sí misma y al mundo que no se trata de olvidar. No se trata de olvidar o pensar que nada pasó, se trata de una búsqueda para encontrar una salida a un conflicto tan complejo y para encontrar, sobre todo, una sanación a las heridas que este conflicto ha dejado. Y quiero que sepan que desde la Unión Europea y desde la comunidad internacional estamos interesados en apoyar esa búsqueda de Colombia.
Las recomendaciones de la Comisión de la Verdad van a ser esenciales para ayudar a construir ese camino de la reconciliación y todo el proceso de seguimiento que se le pueda dar a esas recomendaciones van a ser muy importantes, tanto de parte del Estado como de la sociedad civil, pero también de la comunidad internacional y nosotros pues estamos comprometidos a también apoyar en ese seguimiento y que se puedan realizar esas recomendaciones para poder ayudar a Colombia en ese camino de la reparación y de la no repetición, pero también de la reconciliación y la justicia para todos.
La Comisión para el Esclarecimiento de la Verdad, la Convivencia y la No Repetición, en cumplimiento de sus funciones constitucionales y legales, recolecta información contenida en entrevistas, imágenes, videos, audios, entre otros, con fines extrajudiciales para el esclarecimiento histórico de violaciones a los derechos humanos e infracciones al derecho internacional humanitario, contrastación y elaboración del informe final para fines estadísticos, promoción de reconocimientos de responsabilidades colectivas, convivencia y no repetición. En este marco, la Comisión está realizando el presente evento. Con su permanencia y o participación en el evento, manifiesta que autoriza el tratamiento y uso de sus datos personales e imagen, en el entendido de que el registro audiovisual y fotográfico tendrá la vocación de ser público y podrá ser transmitido en diferentes escenarios y plataformas de comunicación y espacios digitales.
Buenos días para todas las personas que nos acompañan hoy en las...
Good morning to everyone here site today and people online. Welcome to this second day of this space called Legacy and Transitional Justice. Legacy for Colombia and Transitional Justice for the World. Presenting the results of the Truth Commission. And we want also to open the path to the transition to peace. Thank you so much for being here yesterday. Thank you for being here today. Our program is really interesting today. And as you have seen in the social networks, after this introduction, we'll start a ritual reading from one chapter that was given from the Truth Commission to society. And let's remember that yesterday the last chapter was published. They are all now available in our transmedia platform. Everyone here, I just want to tell you that the agenda that we gave you yesterday, inside you will find the summary of the chapters, the names and a small or a brief description, the findings and 9 recommendations in thick titles or headings for you to get familiar with them. This material is wealthy in information, and we want to disseminate it. It's going to take time, we know that. That's why we publish it little by little, and it's also a space for dialogue and conversation for the future, for many years to come. Yesterday we published the last chapter. Today we're going to see a particular chapter. After reading the ritual reading, we're having our first conversation on how to work with the Truth Commission. It's a methodology of work based on co-responsibility, joint work, synergy work with different partners, not only civil society partners, but also institutional partners, international partners, and other types of partners. This is going to come from the voices of the partners and also the bridges of sustainability left by the Truth Commission. This is our first conversation today. And then, as we announced, we'll have the formal presentation of the Mediterranean Surveillance Committee on the non-repetition recommendations. The 7 members will be here. This is another of the bridges we are having. The delegated sustainability will run a conversation on the implementation of recommendations, how this space has been. The first reflection is what has happened with the implementation of recommendations in other places of the world, and what can they tell us for Colombia in our context. This is the second moment today. After lunch, we're having the presentation by a recording, displaying a recording of the performance by the Truth Commission, revelations, piece of work. And today we're finishing with a reflection on the system. The system created within the peace agreement, which puts the victims at the center, looking for restorative justice. We want to talk to the 3 people that are leading these 3 institutions, 1 victim and 1 perpetrator, on this system, the 5 years, the lessons learned, and how we can contribute to transitional justice in the world. This would be the end of the 2 days for reflection, and we thank you for coming. We hope that it is valuable for our collective efforts advancing to peace building. Yesterday they mentioned those who are abroad looking at us. They see Colombia as an example of transition, as a benchmark of transition from violence, and an early willingness to discuss these topics, not to wait so many generations. We've been in several generations in war, so we need to quickly act for a sustainable change. Welcome again.
Pasamos en este momento entonces.
Well, now we start the presentation of the testimonial volume through its itinerant pedagogy called Ritual Legacy, Ritual Reading. This is the effort by the team to share when the birds stopped singing stories of the armed conflict in Colombia. The sound material we're listening was gathered in several trips and designed by the team under Commissioner Castillero. The sound piece, the listening or sound piece, is a co-creation between him and Andres Torres, who has been with us since yesterday. It was shown in the Documenta 15 in Germany. This presentation was possible because of Institute Capaz. The name of this piece is Whispers. Together with all the reading and performance, it's going to be displayed in Mexico, together with families of the disappeared people, and in England it will be premiered in the academic and artistic world. We, as a Truth Commission, continue to work, and this is an effort to reach people through other media, touching their hearts. So I will give the floor now. Please turn off your cell phones and anything that may generate any noise. The ritual readings tell us about a legacy in a radical sense of the word. Etymologically, it comes from the Latin legare or ligare, which translates into pass on or tie, to connect or relate. Here the text, sound, and sacredness of the encounter pass on and are tied to the future, or the things to come, which are not the same as the future. If a truth commission is a listening device, we take this idea to a material extreme. This sacramental gesture passes on the ineffable experience of violence and shows the testimony of war when it is genuinely heard in its own terms, a part of the intangible heritage, something that feels like our own. Therefore, the testimonial volume is a bed for an integrating memory. It resembles a scar that, over the years, slowly incorporates into the skin, weaving with its wrinkles almost naturally. And therefore, collective pain opens a possibility to feel a wound as our own, a union and disruption of the body. When these stories are side by side, they are delivered to us and tied to us, among us, as philosopher and writer Emmanuel Levinas puts it, a sense in the midst of a moment of uncertainty. The story is that invisible wrap. When the bird stopped singing is an effective fabric, a set of stories within stories. And their reading is an itinerant pedagogy. It contains the didactics of twilight or darkness, of cancellation of gaze in an ocular and visual society. Its spirit is playful and adventurous, using sounds, from the Amazon Moluccas to the top of the mountains, from the peripheries and urban centers to the river meanders. The red words have gone through the country, step by step, calmly, almost silent. To listen is a bodily act, because we hear in all the languages of the skin and with all our senses. This is a vibration. The nice thing about this instrument is that you play it, you just slowly touch it, and then you will hear this tone, and as you rub it, you feel the vibration on your body, right? Here you're listening, but you're also vibrating to it. This is what we want to transmit, like to convey the same note, the same vibration. The drum. After my husband died, I said, this is enough. I was trapped into myself. I was working for me, my family. I forgot about my life. My life was only going from work to my home and from my home to my work. I forgot about myself. I was with a cousin who told me, you're still young, your life's ahead. You should be beautiful again. You need to give love a chance. They would tell me to go out, but I would feel terribly around men. Ritual readings are the pedagogy that from the production of the testimonial, production of the final volume that we have built to try to share the stories from the commission gathered through years of work, the experience of Colombians who suffered the war. To be able to share these stories, we have to read these stories. We started to talk, and I was so confident and so trustful. I told him everything. I told her everything. She told me she was part of a group of women who had been through worst suffering that I had been. I wanted to go there. I felt this energy, and I went with her. My son was scared. Mom, you're going out. What's going on? These stories are not from the region, but from other regions. We want to create a collective fabric, a connection between the human beings, despite the places and experiences. Actually, they become similar from many points of view. What are we doing? Building spaces, thinking spaces, so that the word can be welcomed in a sacred manner. Sacred things here are important. It's taking us to a reflection on what other human beings can tell us through stories. We were in a reservation with farmers in a farm. What happens when we tell a country that they cannot talk, that they have to be silent in the dark? In Colombia, we have been listening to horror stories for 15 years. When we start researching the policies of memory, and we talk about stories here, we need silence to listen to the stories. And this is caused by the silence through the roads that we are visiting in these readings and micro silences. When we manage to disseminate this, we can perform a symbolic exercise that is very powerful.
por el derecho a que no nos
For the right not to get screwed over. We, as hip-hoppers, have explored this territory and generated certain critical approaches. In these years, we have lived in a miserable territory. Here are the largest housing megaprojects of social interest and priority interest. The Mega Metro project, the rubble filling in the southwestern perimeter, the mining practices in Cerro Gordo, also the two rivers that connect near the Muisca town of Bosa, San Bernardino are rotting. We have long lived through the economic exploitation of our territory, but there is no guarantee for the social habitat or the environment. They're building 40,000 housing units of social interest and only opening one quick response unit, one protection relocation center, and one family center commissioner's office. That's all. Only that, only control institutions. And this is a statement saying we are criminals. The people who come to these mega projects are displaced by violence, reincorporated paramilitaries, and those who adhere to the peace process, persons in severe vulnerability conditions. Here are the most dangerous slums. We have Patio Bonito, La Rivera, El Clas, Bosa San Bernardino. We are a breeding ground for fucked stuff that has been left by how they managed both this place and the rest of the city. Oftentimes people wonder why the social outbreak was so massive. It's because in the end, this perimeter, the southwest perimeter, this is the city's public toilet. The state addresses none of the needs arising from living in a territory with this level of hostility. It got even worse with COVID-19. Upon a global scanning of this place, you realize that the strongest economic exercises within the humble population are recycling, street sales, Exercises that are supremely autonomous and independent because actually we have no source of employment at our disposal. They see us as the corner to dump and hide all the garbage. And finally, in 20N, everything exploded. At some point, there was a very strong military attack in which the police were standing like trees in the common areas of the territory. You couldn't enter the park. You couldn't be there without getting run off or rebuked or held. You were smoking a joint or whatever. You were talking to someone and they sent you a 10 or 12 people operative, boom boom, motorcycles and the drone on top of you. Excuse me. A lot of red tape, and eventually they led most of the community that was organized to leave those places. The whole mix of things made people go into the streets to say, no, stop that, don't fuck with us anymore, at least wait for this COVID shit to end up. One of the things that caused the social outbreak to be so harsh is that during the pandemic, the police felt they were owners of the streets. Get out, get in, get off, they would say. People began to experience that control and abuse. But we, young people, have lived it for a long time. Get out of this park, you can't be here. I don't want to see you here, the police would say. That's what we have been eating for years. The way in which public force treats the young people from the periphery is something marked on all of us. And you putting your finger inside all people the same way as you do it with young people will generate collective rejection. And when there is a spark, everyone turns on. There is a point where it gets filled and it explodes. When it broke out, I was in the neighborhood working with my comrades in processes that seek the transcendence of certain population groups we were interacting with, and it was impossible for us to turn a blind eye and not to enter into the protest. Our reaction was immediate, like a collective action call. We said, I'm in. And there we were. The first days simply from the resistance, from resisting with the people who were there. There are things that, from my perspective, cannot be ignored. For example, seeing that they leave 35 people injured, that charges you. Personally, I was burdened with anger, with frustration, and it's hard to go out again the next day. When we began to interact with the humanitarian space, we understood other dynamics parallel to the strike. We found political reality and clear popular goals within the law. Finally, we didn't want to be put in jail. We wanted to resist from our rights, and we began to marry with that way of resistance, helping with the slum, interacting in events, getting a mobile parade, a marching with the hip hoppers. We supported a network with several organizations, and there was an idea of creating a kind of community guard to mitigate certain specific violence that took place there. From there, we formed something called Nyangas. It's like a group of people from the neighborhood who were available to mediate violence. We also did it to clean up our name and show the real cause we were there fighting for. Right then, there was a whole media bombardment that was trying to erase our image before the people, which shapes the reality through a television. As hip hoppers, we continue to work for the neighborhood, for the people, for the culture, trying to build community. We prevent violence among young people. Hey, don't be so hard. Don't don't start any trouble. Let's better start cooking with people, gathering money for those who need it. Let's have some artists here. Let's generate spaces for young people in the neighborhood. Here we continue to build neighborhood fighting with the police against us as always, but we will never stop for the right not to be screwed over, to be in peace.
Del libro del porvenir.
From the Porvenir book, words tied to my throat. I am Pachita. The more works I do, the happier I am, because those works are my company. Pachita was born in River Tepaje. She was raised in Agua Prieta stream. As you can see, this microbasin has no school. Pachita in Tepaje River in the Palmvilero rural settlement was going once a month to the school. But other months she would go to the harvest, to the crops. Pachita would go there to take care of the children. What was Pachita doing? No longer attending school, but Pachita was going through the stream into a corner. The fathers would put one of those thick blankets, and we would sit down, the father on one side and the mother on other side of the boat, singing, and we were there half asleep listening to their singing. When we reached that stream, up there jumping in joy, cleaning the road and killing the snakes, the mother cooking the meal and the father harvesting the plantain, and Pachita singing with her parents. This is how Pachita was singing with her parents. Pachita, the little sister of Pachita is Silveria. They would started fishing in the rivers, and Pachita was singing to the fish. Anchewita, come have some food. Pachita's life became singing. She would bring the school handbook, and they were fighting for a white mother in the handbook. One of them said, "This is my mother." The other girl would say, "This is my mother." We would fight over this handbook. But that handbook, Nacho handbook, had good things too. And I would start reading, even if I didn't know how to read. I was pretending I knew how to read. I was reading the pictures as a great reader. Once my father said to my godfather, "Hey brother, what are you doing tomorrow?" "What for, brother?" "Because you will listen to your granddaughter how to read," because my father thought that I was able to read, but I didn't know. But I was so scared. Actually, I didn't know how to read. I was in silence, listening to my godfather. That afternoon, I was looking for anything I could read, and I was saying Papa, Mama, Lime, and I had learned Papa, Mama, Lime, boy, uncle, hug. That day was so beautiful for me because my godfather was for these words were for my godfather with joy. When I was 12, I was taken to Huapi on a place of my parents' friends. Then my father and my brother came for me and took me to Buenaventura. Then I reached Cali because of the war. After 25 years, because of the internal conflict, there was no security. We reached this place, this sickness. Two of my children got sick in Tapaje rural area. One of them died, the other one was alive with a bacterial infection. He was given back to me, but I was at home. I had nothing to do. The first thing we did was looking for a small place in an illegal settlement near the stream. I was there with my two children and I was expecting another child. In a plate, I put some chontaduro fruit with other fruits, copying the fruits from other plate of another seller. I put this plate on my head, started singing. I wanted to sing, but no words would come out of my mouth. My mouth and my voice was different. My mindset was different. My haircut was different. I was walking down when a gentleman said, "Hey, black girl, sell me one chontaduro." I went to the business and gave her the chontaduro, and he told me, "But you have to shout because what if I didn't see you?" And I really wanted to shout, but words were tied in my throat. I wanted to cry, but with a lot of effort, I said chontaduro, and four people came out, and I actually sold. After that, I said chontaduro, chirimoya, avocado, mango, zapote, chontaduro. Here comes chontaduro fruit. When I broke silence, I felt like I was having a baby. This was so painful. This plate was the survival. Expressing words makes you have a voice. With this plate, releasing the words, I can create processes. The plate sellers and sending our kids to school to increase their knowledge and skills and ourselves. Today I represent a school and identity center. I had these words trapped in my heart. In order to shout, I had to struggle against the ties that were put there by a system. I had to fight against it. When we walk, when we experience, we thought about creating a school with little men, with some men, and try to release the words to become free women and free families. The deepest goal is to rescue our ancestral values. I know that if you come here and create the seed of for new generations to be recognized as the carriers of memory, the owners of history, this school tells me who I am. We want to accompany people with this school called I Know Who I Am. We want to support the community with verses, with their sayings.
The question for the voice of nature was always present in the volume of testimonials. We explore it deeply, we delve into in depth, and after reading this part, I would like to suggest you all, due to there is not enough darkness, make an effort to close your eyes to finish this session. The text is called Smells of War. How is a mangrove now? A colleague says. How is a mangrove now? It's a sad mangrove. There was a relationship between spirits, between two beings, the human being and that being that is a territory, the mangrove. Talking about the mangrove, it's to talk about the tasque, the crayfish, piangas, mollusk, the same natto tree, that smell of sea, the same smell that used to tell me there's crayfish. Each animal produces its own smell, his scent, and with violence that harmonic use is changing that use of territory. Mangrove was not used to that usage. It confused, it felt afraid. The mangrove knew our steps, our stride, our voices, our smells. It didn't know the stride nor the smell of war. As we did, it confused. You used canoa to get into the mangrove, not with boat. You didn't get into the mangrove with smell of gas, and for many other reasons. First, what the respect means, and secondly, because if you do it with boisterous noise, you will disturb the species, and the species that are still in there have reinvented their shape and crust as and shell as we in the territory, because we have reinvented ourselves to remain in the territory. Why the mangrove is a victim? Why is the mangrove a victim? The victim was compelled to be. It was used to our stride, our voices, our smells, to give us the fruitage to preserve it. We also did a contribution to the mangrove, taking care of it. If we saw a seed that sprouted, we put it in its place. The violent people saw the mangrove as a refuge, as a shelter. That mangrove that was supposed to create life was used to create terror, death, overwhelming fear, and the mangrove felt it, and that's why it's sad. Its sense of defenselessness. It's not. It generated authority to move over and to have the root next to you. It's not happening anymore. Its roots are dry. The shine of its skin is not the same, and today we cannot go to the mangrove with the same duties that we used to do before. We went to harvest, but we used to go in peace and in good relationship with it. Now we go into it with fear, and in the mangrove is still feeling fear.
Se va a ir porque aquí no puede llegar porque tenemos las plantas alrededor. De eso yo vivo. Si yo me voy en alguna parte, me voy a mi chagra, me voy al monte primero, me arrodillo ante la madre naturaleza porque ella es que me facilita muchísimo. Y lo mismo el agua que es vida para nosotros, y el sol que es la luz, que la luz también nos proteja bastante. Y no entregar nuestra madre tierra, porque nuestra madre tierra y la madre naturaleza es la vida de nosotros, de ellas. tu hábitat, aquí vas a estar bien, para que crezcas y te reproduzcas. Ponle el tutor para
Yo tengo. Querido Pacho, te quiero mucho. ¿Qué digo?
What should I say? This is an idealized version of the reading for several reasons. Let me find my glasses. Sorry. What I don't see, I don't hear. Either. This is an idealized version of the reading for several reasons. One, because there is a capture or arrested audience. To a certain point, we have environmental control 3 because we have a system of audio system that has 4 channels, and the piece of art that we did just heard is made for 8 channels, and you see that the sound moves all around the room, and that requires hundreds of hours of recording to end up with 12 minutes of in 8 channels. I would like to thank, and then if you will, we can exchange if there's something to say about all this. First, my work team, the volume coordinator of the testimony volume, Natalia Salamanca, Magdalena Frias, who coordinated the field work, and we traveled together. The research team that was in different moments, and I hope that some of them understood that our work was above ourselves and that demanded sacrifice. To Olga Corso, Natalia Naya, Paula Moreno, Natalia Escobar, Juana Durán, Harold Rodríguez, Laura Pachón, Alejandro Pérez, Catherine López, Angélica Acosta, Catherine Villa, Astrid Cañas, and Juanita Franco. To the patient of sound system, Felix Corredor, a great friend, Juan Esteban Ruiz, Carolina Ortiz, and my colleague that is here on the stage, Andres Torres, who is like a brother. The video team, the one that work on the audiovisual, Pedro Pablo Vega, Gina Rojas, our friends from Negrita Productions, the edition team, Harold Muñoz, Gustavo Patiño, Santiago Jaramillo, the volume curator, and Karem Ganem, who always supported throughout the process. And as you can imagine, in the socialization process of the testimony volume, in spite it seems unbelievable, we were walking in 37 different places just reading in a work that for me is amazing. Spaces for social organizations, Agenda Caribe, Pueblo Bello in César, Arhuacu en Coacumuque in Pueblo Bello César, the Cutunsama Reservation, signatories of the agreement in Tierra Grata, peasant organizations in the Perija mountain range, Valledupar, peasant organizations in the village of La Victoria in Cesar, humanitarian space in El Calor de la Olla in Bogota, NASA community of the Tacuello Reservation in the Toribia municipality, Mayoras of Tumaco, Huapi, Buenaventura, Community Council of Anatrato, Cocomacia, Quibdó, Chocó, recognition event of the victims of the armed conflict in Tumaco, Nariño, indigenous community, Macahuaje de Solano in Caquetá, education community of Aracuara, Solano, Caquetá, farmer organization in Sumapaz, local T20 of Bogotá, farmer organization of the Huellas del Pato Cultural House in San Vicente del Caguán, Caquetá, Nueva Venecia community, Sitio Nuevo in Magdalena, network of popular libraries in Pueblo Bello, Antioquia, students of social work at the University of Caldas, Dorada, Chiva of the Truth in Barranca Bermeja, Santander, Route of the Truth in Magdalena and in La Dorada, Caldas, Puerto Boyacá, Puerto Berrío in Antioquia, Barranca Bermeja, Santander, Puerto Boyacá, Farmers of the Program of Development and Peace of Magdalena Center, Program of Peace and Development of Cesar University, Master Program of the Andes University, Technical Teams of the District in Pasivi, Ritual Encounter of the Commission, University of La Salle, relatives of missing persons in Puerto Torres, Caqueta, Audiovisual School in Belén de los Andaquíes, signatories of the community of Agua Bonita, Montañita in Caqueta, the Inga community in Caqueta, communicators, indigenous communicators of the network, weaving histories in Puerto Esperanza, Puerto Nariño, Amazonas, students of high schools in schools, psychopedagogical school, youngsters in the historical center of Bogota, the Global Village and Node of Germany, the School of Memory, Peace and Territory of La Onda, Medellin. To all of them, I don't know if they are hearing us or not, they know that my appreciation will always there. And with this, we finish the event today. Thank you very much.
Si alguien quiere decir algo.
If anyone wants to say something, this is the moment.
Súper, así.
Awesome. If anybody wants to say anything, this is the moment. Good morning, my name is Christian Morsoli from the Italian Civil Society. Thank you very much, Alejandro, and the Truth Commission. I want to talk to that young man of Patio Bonito, of the Rivera, because this dialogue was a disaster. He was trying to build peace along with the youngsters of different organizations, hip hop, and he suffered along with many youngsters the repression. I don't know if you remember that the SMAD used this launcher, the Venom launcher. In Italy, we have made a campaign, a boycott campaign, because Venom is produced to launch from the Vietnamese Spaniard company Global Service that comes from Leonardo, an Italian company with participation of the Italian state, for building these weapons, these war weapons, along with the youngsters in Patio Bonito, as well as the organization of civil society in Italy was present to demand that the state is not a genocide anymore. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner, I want to say that this is a great work. Somehow, this is a supplement to our work in the ethnic volume, from the ethnic volume, and this should be connected because especially I know Pachita, and I know that Pachita's history is my history, and Pachita was able to get to Cali. I was able to get to the commission and work with the ethnic team, and I feel that for me, this gives more value, attributes more value all the time that I was in the commission. The work for us, for those that come from the community councils, from the conflict, for those of us who were in the processes in Bogota, I take advantage of this space. I leverage this space because I see my people. I owe myself to all the people. I was able to see my grandpas, my uncles, my aunts in the community councils. In the mangrove, I used to fish as Pachita. I wanted to thank you, and I believe this, and I would like at some point that the volumes are presented together, are displayed together, because one is the complement of the other. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Gracias, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Alejandro, and the whole team. It's a different way to feel what we have experienced. Many people have said, so many pages to read. And yeah, there are many pages to read. We have read a lot, enough about pain, about war. It's good to read some pages that, although they speak about the pain of war, it's an invitation to move towards peace. In this chapter, there's a proposal to feel it, this performance like reading that transmit other feelings and that connect each other and motivate us to the transformations. An example of diversity in the Truth Commission. Thank you very much. This was one of the first chapters, public chapters, and we know It has produced connection spaces. There are readings online, on the radio, ritual readings. So the invitation is to keep discovering this. As you realize, there were three totally different testimonials of what we have lived, where did it happen, how had we gone through it, and we all as Colombians in this same territory. Thank you for collecting that diversity, for offering this space today. All right, let's continue. As you can see, Alejandro is a willing, easygoing person, approachable person, so don't hesitate to approach him. Magdalena and the other people of his team, Andres Torres. All right. Now we jump to the next moment of the day, of the agenda. This is a moment that we have called cooperation between the State Agency for Peace, the Truth Commission, and civil society. This was something that was marked in the way that we work, was characterized by the way we work, and became stronger gradually, keeping in mind especially two things: the dimension of the work, of the task. We could do it only if we had cooperation and diverse stakeholders, and secondly, the sustainability of the outcome. We could do it only if we had agenda, conviction, and interest of many. Not only by this state agency that was created to have a mandate of 3 years, a term of 3 years, but the Truth Commission. In the Truth Commission, we acknowledge that the work for peace building that was happening in the country was a long-term activity and had several stakeholders, and we had to listen to and work hand in hand with them, maintaining our independent nature, but always working hand in hand. In the framework of this event, we have wanted to offer a reflection, to have a conversation. In this regard, we will have the same dynamic as yesterday, to start with an intervention, a position, a reflection of one person, and then we will move to the conversation with the moderator in four different perspectives, always assisted by one commissioner. If in the production you can find it, the last slide that was adjusted, the Commissioner Leiner Palacios had to leave today. He had to travel. We are very glad to know that we are joined by Lucia Gonzalez, who was leading the work with the partners. So please move on. Welcome, Alberto Heredia, Vladimir Rodriguez. So good to have you here. Welcome, Leiner. Sorry, Lucia Gonzalez and Daniel. Thank you for being here. Larissa. She will be the moderator today. Larissa Pizarro. Welcome.
¿Cómo estás? Bien.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning. We start this important session. We will have an exchange on the meaning of cooperation work and complementary work between the state and civil society for peace building work that has been, of which has been part of the Truth Commission. For this panel or for this dialogue, we are joined by Gwen Burnett, who is an English academic, anthropologist, and expert in transitional justice construction. She has worked from the anthropology perspective in the relationships between the state, the policy, the peace, conflict, history, ethnography, and the Colombian policy. She has participated in the process of the Truth Commission through Let's Be Around the dialogue in the United Kingdom, and in the process Let's the Truth Be Told. We are also assisted by Alberto Heredia, economist, magister in project management and specialized in economic and social assessment of projects, executive CEO of Paz Querida, and in the framework of the commission, he participated in different processes as the acknowledgement, the communication strategies, the co-creation of artistic and cultural settings, as is the case of the Ruta por la Verdad. And today he leads with the territorial team the commitment of the network. We also joined by Daniel Bedoya, who is a young leader who participated in the group of Youngs of Generation in Antioquia. Today is volunteer in the territorial process. He also has participated in different activities of the Truth Commission as to be able to change the road in culture of youngsters for peace and truth, and has assisted several processes in Medellin and Antioquia. Is also Vladimir Rodriguez, who is the High Commissioner for the Rights of Victims, Peace and Reconciliation of the Mayor City Council of Bogota, and is an expert of victims' rights, peace, reconciliation, reparation, comprehensive reparation, and has participated in the construction of strategies for the implementation of the comprehensive system of peace, truth, reparation, and non-repetition. And, of course, as highlighted by Maria, we are fortunate to have the Commissioner Lucia Gonzalez. I'd like, without further ado, to start this conversation, this dialogue, this exchange with the intervention of Wen, who will share some bullets to develop this dialogue. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? First of all, thank you very much, Maria, the Commission, for having me here to be a part of this event. This is truly an honor to participate in this event. I want to tell you quite a bit what's my background. I did my research, doctoral research, on the pedagogy of peace on the government of Santos. The groundwork was in the Office of the Commissioner of Peace, which is a research that is published with a book in English, which is La Cara de la Paz, the Face of Peace. One of the great conclusions that I found in that research is that the government of Santos invested effort and human resources and financial resources in the negotiation, but not too much on leading the society with him to face this society for peace, to create a partnership, a state society to move on with peace. It becomes common to say that there was no pedagogy or education of the agreement. That's not true. There were efforts, and I can bear witness to it. It was the first time in the world that there was pedagogy of a peace agreement in a big scale. That was not considered as necessary before, maybe because we are in the post-truth stage. Some people of the pedagogy team of the High Commissioner of Peace were members of the Commission, integrated the Commission, and that precedent was an important influence in the work of the Commission. The OECP made an alliance between the state and the society gradually, with a very annoying, pesky work of building trust in a diverse, distrust context in the state because of the actions of the state in the conflict, as well as the perception that the state had abandoned many places of the country, and that mistrust in the country is relevant for the work of the Commission. I believe that we learned a lot from that background, and my book bear witness to those lessons learned in the peace pedagogy. But especially the pedagogy was made up of few people in comparison to the people in charge of the negotiation. And the whole team was funded in comparison to the rest of the OCP by international cooperation, not by the government. Across the board, I believe that if the government invests its resources to demonstrate where they are prioritizing, that few prioritization in the relationship between the state and the society is reflected in the referendum and the peace agreement. And then you have this deficit of legitimacy turning everything into a more difficult scenario for implementation. With the Truth Commission, there was a different chance to build a partnership between the pro-peace state society to recover the legitimacy lost in the referendum. This led to what the Commission has called the work in network with partners. It's a good proposal to encourage the work of the Commission in the ownership of the society. But that task was made in an adverse context where everything that had to do with the agreement had that lack of legitimacy. I feel proud to say that I am part of that partner network, which I am part of a peace-building organization. I live in England, but I visit Colombia often. And during this visit to Colombia, I have had the opportunity to accompany some of the territorial tours, including with Lucia, where the commissioners during the last 2 months have been doing the task to disclose the results of their work throughout the country. And I want to thank the Commission for that opportunity. Historical opportunity to assist that national tourney was a beautiful experience, and I learned a lot. I was in 3 meetings with different audiences in the coffee growing angle, Orava, in social organizations, entrepreneurs, and local authorities especially. And I've been participating in joint work led by the Commission, Let the Truth Be Told, Have the Truth Be Told, which is by a community and network of pedagogical practices all over the country to share and exchange tools, educational tools to teach about the legacy of the Commission. All these spaces I have been able to see and document the reactions, questions, and concerns of different sectors vis-a-vis the Commission. My reflections come from this perspective and the comparisons that I do with the background of the education, the peace education strategy of the Santos government. The analysis of the Commission was that more ownership had during the work, more ownership would happen during this post-report stage. And this is important for 2 reasons. One, to teach history at school, for children to grow up with the message that this should never happen again. I am English, and when I grew up at school, I think that we saw the Second World War II like 3 times in the history books. We watched the picture of the gas cameras, and we understood that something severe and unjust happened, and some Jews with whom I shared school had families, relatives that lived that experience, and that should never happen again. Appropriation ownership is important for that message to reach the new generations. And secondly, of course, to surround the implementation of the recommendations of the report. Across the board, the transitional justice acknowledges what is called the outreach. In Spanish could be like spreading or dissemination, to communicate to the society the work of the agencies of the transitional justice, either in special tribunals, courts, processes of reparation, or truth commissions. This is very important because usually there is a big gap between the efforts of institutions of transitional justice that often are sophisticated and use many resources both from the state and the cooperation and the understanding that the society has of those processes.
En últimas, el propósito del
Lastly, the purpose of transitional justice is to help society to acknowledge and heal the past, to flip the page and move on to a better future. But if you don't know that there has been a commission of truth or don't understand what was done, how can you reach that result? The problem in the transitional justice as a field is that outreach or that awareness receives less financing, less funding, is not developed enough, and not studied. Of the few studies that have been made, there are some findings to explain a rational approach does not lead to the understanding and support, global support to those processes. But what is most important is who dominates the political narrative and who influences the political imaginary of society and the most of the society. The problem of the peace education of the government of Santos was seen as a technical stuff, something that could be explained and legitimate with rational explanations, which is a problem with the paradigm of the liberal peace that is promoted from the international community. But peace is a political thing in every aspect.
es política porque
It's political because it implies negotiations between the stakeholders of the establishment and the society. Political because it implies reforms in amendments in the socioeconomic structure. And sociopolitically, we understand political as the way how human beings coexist and organize themselves, and a process where it is unavoidable the confrontation between different groups and opinions. So peace is political because it implies relationships, sometimes difficult relationships. Work in network with partners with the commission was political because the work of a truth commission is a work to build relations. It implies to build a critical mass, to organize networks, to build narratives, maybe not hegemonic ones, but strong ones, with the power to influence the transformation in reality. The future success of the original purposes of the Commission will depend now on what will happen with the legacy of the partners network. Some data of documents that I received from the Commission. Over these 3.5 years, they had more than 3,000 partners, including 47% social organizations, 18% are public institutions, 12% international community, 11% academic community, 8% media, 2.2% entrepreneurs, 0.9% political percent, and 0.5% the advisory committee of the commission. These partners helped organize meetings, acknowledgement and accountability, social dialogue, and to reach different audiences, to invite people to do interviews. Their participation was paramount to help build trust between a skeptic society and an state agency. Now that the commission disappears, the future and the legacy is in the hand of this network that has goals in this post-report goals. First, to disclose the report in the transmedia platform. Second, to promote the use and ownership of the files that the commission delivers. Third, to continue with process and dialogue of recognition, coexistence, and non-repetition. Fourth, to achieve commitments in the incidents of implementation and follow-up of the commitments in coordination with the follow-up committee. Now, the important thing is not what the Commission did. In the academia, we can spend the next decades discussing on if was well done or not. The important thing now is the use that will be given to this tremendous material that is being delivered. There are 25 agendas agreed with different partners, 8 national agendas and 17 territorial agendas that include one project to counteract this misinformation about the report, multiple projects to mobilize youngsters, for example, the B plus generation, projects to reincorporate the report and the legacy, the formal and informal education, dialogue processes and acknowledgement of accountability and appropriation of use of the files. I believe that the Commission learned a lot of the background of peace education of the Santos government. On the one hand, the territorial presence of local liaisons instead of visits of people from Bogota, which was the main, not the unique, but the main modality of education of the High Commissioner office. The Commission had people in the territory who maintained offices there, building relationships gradually connected to local realities. As one officer of the Commission said in one meeting where I was in Urabá, in one meeting with partners, having this audience full of partners is not a matter of 1 week of calls. It's a work of years. And I have been witness of how territorial liaisons are committed personally. Many of them now will continue to be partners now that they will finish their work. I was able to witness in the tour the number of initiatives that is being created from civil society to disclose and educate on their report. It's especially noteworthy the support of youngsters, young people. In an event in the Antioquia University, there was we were overbooked in the Camilo Torres auditorium. There were more than 1,000 people. There was not enough where to put all these people. One of the big challenges is the fact that in those events you receive the people with awareness. You call them to preaching the chorus. Meanwhile, I used to visit the cafeterias and I asked the taxi drivers, the people where I used to go, I asked them, did you know that in this city this event was taking place about the commission? And the most of people didn't know that there is a commission and they don't know where it is. So precisely, out of the questions and remarks, common remarks that I documented in these spaces was how to send this message beyond the regular audience, how to reach the denialist people. These are difficult questions. The task is to reach that broader audiences and to counteract the opposition. Now it's in the hand of the partners network. But I do believe that the great advantage of the commission vis-a-vis the backgrounds of the peace education is that there will be no referendum to approve or to pass or reject the report. That's very positive. The President Petro committed when he received the recommendations. He committed to have the report sent to the last nook in Colombia, and we should work to make it comply to fulfill. But it's important to send it before the current government to decentralize that effort, to disseminate. I believe that the international community will be able to play a key role to finance the report presented by different civil society organizations, each of them with their own style, their audiences, and their methodologies. However, I believe there is a risk to finish the proliferation of small projects that could be shallow or have no impact at all. We should maintain the effort of coordination. For example, the project that I mentioned, that the truth be told, let's have the truth be told. The education initiative should be connected to the government efforts, especially the promise of Alejandro Gaviria to send the government to the report to the formal education. The other questions that I found had to do with the adverse context to do the work of the commission while the conflict remains. One woman in the hearings in Pereira said, when you were listening to the horrors of war, we were leaving violence in the streets. And one deputy in Antioquia said, who will tell the truth that happened after 2018? The great challenge of the Partners Network is how to use the report as a tool, a political tool, both in education and surrounding the recommendations and the work of the follow-up committee to contribute to the effort to finish the conflict and build a future full of peace. And this sends me back to my assertion that peace is political. Many people in the event said that it was difficult to bring the mayors to the events of the commission. We should have a strong work to do this year to commit the local candidates in the next elections and their education secretaries. All of us here recognize that without the commitment of Gustavo Petro, we were today in a different scenario for the legacy of the Commission. And I believe that for the legacy to have the desired impact, we should build those alliances between the state and society and also with the territory. I will finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan. It's an interesting approach that you give us here with your testimony, and you're emphasizing the key points for dialogue today. I would like to start this exchange by asking you, all the attendees and panelists, what's your perception? Is there anything particularly interesting in the relationship with the Commission that will set new ways to relate the civil society and the state, establish relationships between them? It's interesting how the opinion leaders and the citizens in general forget that the Commission is part of the state. But there is like a historical antagonism between the state and the civil society. As a pioneer of transformation, how have you seen this cooperation, and what's interesting about it in your opinion, and what does it mean, this dialogue, for the continuous dialogue? Who would like to start? Myself? Okay, let's do it. Okay. I like to share so many things. I'll try to be brief, but I'll start with a lesson learned in the peace and development programs. But it was highlighted. Somebody who's not here with us today, but it is Gabriel Turriago. He was a great master, and he told us that conflict in the end is a problem of governance. We were talking about governability, but talking about governance as well. And it shows the capacity of the stakeholders in a country to be able to address structural problems in a society. Finally, they translate into structural issues that originate the conflict. I like to bring this reflection to the table because to share my opinions on the Commission, I would have to talk about what governance means. On a broad sense, it is a constant construction and building of trust, credibility, legitimacy, and it is a two-way effort from the government to the institutions, the civil society, and the civil society to the government, so they can work jointly in the promotion of development or peace building. This is what I wanted to bring here because it is a definition that shows the framework for these lessons learned from the Commission built as a state institution and building relationships with the civil society. These are three elements that I want to highlight. One, the Commission performed in the highest uncertainty during the recent Colombian time. The statistics would show that 60% of the Colombians thought that Colombia was not in the right path. But this year, in February, April, the perception was 80%. And in 4 years, in these 4 years is where the Commission performed. This is a scenario of uncertainty where the Commission generated lots of hope, not only on the people who participated, but also hope in the country, hope in the future, hope to keep believing in the transition into peaceful coexistence. And the question is why? Why is there this hope? I have 3 or 4 findings. Number one, there's a change of paradigm on how to manage a public institution. We are used to the citizen having to go to the public institution to demand their rights, and that's business as usual. Then we have reflected on it, and the Commission is a benchmark. And there are little other benchmarks that the public institution would go to approach the civil society. This is a paradigm shift that implies that people will feel the institution at its if it was its own. People feel the Commission is their own. That's so paramount. I hope this would happen with the entire public institutions. This is how we should work. This is an important paradigm shift. Number two, the Commission is an example of a new social contract. The transitional justice considers this is important. It was inclusive. It was guaranteeing, protecting the rights of victims, in this case, the right to the truth, and inviting public institutions to enter the scenario of change, to recover that trust, legitimacy that guarantees governance and actual governance. That's our second element. Number three, which is relevant, is the example of leadership, political, ethical, democratic leadership by the Commission. It was shown to the country from a state institution, clear performances, thinking about collective good with a temporary mandate, but showing that ethics can be seen and observed by the public servants. With those three elements, we can talk about why we have a partner network. Why is it so powerful? and why we will be it was a partner of the truth and will be in the future. Thank you, Alberto. In this moment, you represent the local state. Vladimir, what is the possibility to generate partnerships between local and institutional instances to guarantee the sustainability of the legacy of the Commission? Thank you, Larissa. As Alberto was talking, I was thinking that we could write down a PhD thesis in political sciences, as one was mentioning, the discussion between the Commission, the civil society organizations, the State Commission. It's a complex scenario, but in the end, I would like to first say hello to Father Francisco, the commissioners, and the organizations here, the victims of the conflict who are watching us, following us. This is a debate that may seem odd under certain conceptual categories, but during the last years, the Commission faced a paradox, special paradox. Being part of the state, they had a lack of a loss of legitimacy from the government. They suffered this, and the government was supposed to be coordinating the peace policies, which is in Law 001. When you go back, the Commission was born in law integrated to the Constitution to develop a state policy, and people like me who are peace advisors, we should be under that mandate. But in the end, I thank recognition and acknowledgement of the Mayor's office, the members of the cabinet, my articulation and coordination during these 2 years and a half. But this is our duty. We are just doing our job as public servants, as part of the state, as an institutional scenario. We accompany, support the Commission in the search for truth, the generation of strategies, educational processes, for the guarantees of non-repetition based on truth. We have fulfilled, to the best of our ability. This has been wonderful. Between two state institutions focusing on the truth and guaranteeing the progress on the guarantees for the armed conflict victims and progress on non-repetition guarantees. More than a piece of news, this is the point of discussion. The Colombian state, this Colombian society are two phases of the same debate. The Colombian state, during the existence of the Commission, understood it was a constitutional mandate. No, some local governments understood it, departmental governments, civil society organizations saw the constitutional effort from the state, the initiatives. On the other hand, the discussion of the relationships with civil society organizations and the victims, in which the Commission, I would like to thank everyone. Father, we are thankful to you, but I would like to thank all the Commission staff who performed such a titanic task. They protected, safeguarded the peace, the implementation of the agreement. Before, a government that never understood this was a historical milestone to overcome the dynamic of violence and reproduction of violence as a result of the conflict in different territories. I would like to break protocol here and acknowledge a person who lost his or her life looking for the truth. I would like to make a tribute. Helena Lopez, she helped to draft this report and a better country. When we were listening to the president and vice president, especially the president, saying that the roadmap and other topics related to total peace and the state as a rule of law. Some recommendations from the Truth Commission. Thank you. Thanks to all of you and Elena. We're going to live in a better country. I hope that it happens. That the work of the Commission is part of the Constitution and the rights of the Colombians for non-repetition of the horrors of the conflict, to build, based on the truth, a future, and understanding that the recommendations as part of the function of the state to become a public policy in the development plan of President Petro. This is how we see the meeting of the minds of this administration, with concrete plans and projects and the development plans of the different leaders who are going to be elected in 2-year time. I see here people from UTLs. Guys, there's a lot of normative standard work to do. These spaces regularly issue recommendations, but I would like to invite the Congress people and the government to develop the regulations after legislation 001, 002 and the statutes. We need to consolidate tools that allow dissemination exercises, but also actual transformation in the structure of the states and the institutional architecture and structure, so that the victims of the conflict, the armed conflict, the organizations of civil society, the workers, female and male workers of the Truth Commission, and everyone who has been looking for the truth, for non-repetition, this should become a concrete reality beyond the territories, beyond the discourse, in terms of the implementation of plans, policies, goals, concrete goals that will transform the reality that has fed or fueled the armed conflict for years, as seen in the thousands of reports by the Commission. I think, in my opinion, and the mayor's office also thought about it, when the advisory council was created in Bogota, we tried to integrate what we need to do, our duties, and this is for closing. It would be nice that Bogota and other territorial entities or bodies have performed transformations to protect, to progress in the legacy of the Commission, in the comprehensive system. The answer is, it's not only nice, this is a duty, political, constitutional duty. As you mentioned it, the decisions are political in the state, in the government. When we have these policies integrated into the Constitution, we have guarantee and observance for the roadmap to transform the state and guarantee the citizen right to truth. Drafting it some other way as an institutional body. And something else to close, please. Bear with me. 18% were of the partners were public institutions. I don't know the number, the curve, but it shouldn't be like that. The 1,186 municipalities, all of them in the framework of their constitutional duty should be transforming institutions based on the peace building, based on the entire system, including the out-of-court truth, the legal truth, judicial truth, the restoration processes, to be able to coach or support those victims and those deponents in the processes looking for disappeared people, transforming the realities of the territories, so that at last we have in this country, as the President mentioned, a second chance for land, so that it is concrete with serious, true tools. Thank you, Vladimir. Daniel, from your experience on territorial processes, could you tell us about the relationship with the Commission from a innovation work with young people? Hello to everyone today. We are so happy, but the flower festival is happening now. Anyway, I feel happy to be here in the city for the entire commission and for the comprehensive system. I would like to thank the commissioners, the commission, female, male commissioners, everyone who made it possible to perform this titanic task in 4 years. This is new, fresh air for the implementation, and this is hopeful for the young people. We are seeing change. We're full of hope. We saw this in the last elections in a concrete manner, and when we do education, it's very particular. Old people tell us, you didn't feel, you didn't live it, you don't know what's happening in this country. We are the heirs of violence and blood in the country, which was infiltrating the culture and the gesture, the language, the culture. This is a country that has been fractured by the conflict. Our effort as young people is for peace, not only now, but the seventh vote, the mandate for peace, the strikes, the protest, everything is a call for peace. We have been shouting out. The young people has been shouting out, even with the riot police. We're risking our lives in the streets so that we have a reality, a new reality for all the Colombians. It's so painful to read this report. Every time you read one page, you have to digest it, because we are talking about 3 or 4 generations lost due to the conflict. Young people, generations that were lost for a war that was senseless. When we go to the center of Bogota, our founding fathers wear weapons. We have a military parade to celebrate that. That makes no sense. When we started the peace agreements, we went out to the streets. When we lost the referendum for peace, we went out to the street to renegotiate. So we have always supporting the process and embracing this legacy with hope. When we walk down the territories, we see the legitimacy. As Vladimir puts it, legitimacy is not only from the government, but also the popular instances, the communities, the indigenous people, the farmers, the Afro-descendants, young people, all the voices that were historically neglected. But now, with the Commission, they find a safe place to be heard. This is the legitimacy, the approach, the outreach. I would like to tell you a story. A month ago, I was in Santander, in Bogota. I didn't know the Truth Commission building, and I went there, and I said, maybe they let me in. I knocked on the door. They never asked for signature. They were not frowning on me, and there was a guy showing me the tour on the artisans hall. After that, I said, "Are you the logistics?" And they said, "No, I'm the security guard, head of security." He didn't have any weapons or anything. After talking to Sandra, they gave me some coffee, and they gave me this declaration from the Commission. Sandra and Carolina, they are so nice. So this human kindness that was not only from the head of security, Sandra, Carolina, but everyone, the commissioners, the territorial teams, the macro regions. This was so meaningful to me. The communities would feel that they were heard. Their voices were heard. And we feel loved. We'll talk to Pacho, you feel loved. We talk to the commissioners, we feel loved. Ana Cristina, talking to her, we will feel loved. So how can we not feel rooted to a place when you are loved and building jointly processes? This is why this is an initiative, it's a constructive effort. It's a fabric from the regions. It was not imposed. Anna is here, the mother of the chicks. She's a young woman who believes in young people, walks with young people, builds with young people, and she is in the effort that the Red Plus generation would be, the V Plus generation would go on to spread the education on the Commission. So V Plus is also declaring war on oblivion and war. We are also seeing artistic expression, graffitis, dancing, singing. We are in several departments, and 3 in Argentina, France, Canada, Spain. We're talking about the truth. We are presenting the debate. In Ocaña, they're sing rap. In Medellin, they do graffiti. In the Pacific, they dance. In the Caribbean, they sing. In the universities, in the schools. We were last week in the hospital Uribe to talk about the report to the physicians and nurses, because we want the reality to be in the debate, and the violence that was there historically and that was borne by the communities. Now is the time of peace, and here are the young people. We're working with national institutions and we want to work with international communities for this dear peace, expected peace with the territories. We want to decentralize the truth. It should travel from Bogota to the territories, not only to the capital cities, but to the municipalities, the rural settlements, the municipalities and townships. Whenever an event is called, only you receive the people who agree with you, but we need people who disagree with us to be there too. We want to go to the parks to read the volume and talk to the people, because this should become a heritage for all the Colombian people. So the final report, when it was delivered on 20th June, gave us so much hope. Pacho has left, but this is a recommendation, direct recommendation to the young people in the collective effort. Young people should face the truth of the horrors of armed conflict and build a new country that is in their hands. You are the future. Please don't deepen the death, hatred, and lack of hope. Please follow the recommendations from the Commission. This is the legacy for the young people, and we receive it with joy and responsibility. We are committed to disseminate this in all spaces, feasible and untable spaces. Talking about peace, we combine all the ways of struggle. We are everywhere, in every event, just like ants everywhere. The commissioners, we will see the young people from V Plus everywhere, because the young people will not give up. We will have a better country through the young people. We want to change our journey. We want to abandon the war, the sterile war and transgressions. We want to walk together towards peace. Sadly, the Commission as an entity of the state will disappear in 20 days, but the road continues, the journey continues. We want to keep going, bring the debate, and we need to keep meeting the minds, and the young people should be supported by the state and non-state institutions so that this is a reality. Do not leave us alone with this legacy. I know paper can withstand anything, but we need conversations, concrete efforts, looking into each other's faces, dancing in the territories. And this requires everyone's support. Friends from the Commission, friends of the Commission, we need 4 years for a report of 8,000 pages. Imagine how many years we need to digest this report and understand it and commission this report into society. So the invitation is to walk together towards peace, towards truth, and build together a country for everyone. because there's a future if there is truth.
Perspectiva desde la
From your perspective of the Commission and the construction of legacy, well, I would like to say hello to everyone here, Vladimir, Alberto, Daniel. You are part of the organizations that make us feel so proudful. This huge social capital built around the truth. I would like to tell the commissioners from the Committee of Surveillance and Monitoring, we are giving you the social capital of the Truth Commission. It is more important than the report. Many truth commissions throughout the world have had several reports, and due to multiple circumstances, they didn't manage to build such social capital. And this social capital will help produce the transformations that are needed. The Committee of Monitoring and Surveillance, without this capital, social capital, will be merely a 7-people group making an effort. So I hope that it is valued and understood, because this is how the Truth Commission makes its work visible. It is not a report. The report will reach very few, sadly. Very few people will be able to read the report. People will be able to talk about the report. They will be able to debate on the report based on simple elements. The summaries, the handbook, but especially the conversations that are performed and the mobilizations around the contents of the final report. And we made a huge effort here to deliver more than a large document, which is important for the country. For many years, the accrual of over 10,000 pages is a document of enormous historical value for our country for many years to come. But the conversation generated by social mobilization, understanding social mobilization as a capacity to build sense jointly and move around the solutions, that is the capital we are leaving into your hands. This is how I understand it. This is how I see it. Larissa, as you were mentioning, what is the perception of the new relationships of the state? I think it's too early to have any findings on this matter. I would like to thank the contributions in this conversation because they enrich our reflection. However, I think that this state institution is based on a deep understanding of responding to the victims of Colombia, the immense sorrow of this country, this deep harm that this country lived through. And this is a non-institutional mandate, non-functional mandate, a deeply ethical and moral and political mandate. There is no other way to respond other than from our heart. And this is the reason why that all the people who were working at the Commission would commit totally. I have had many jobs, maybe as many years I have had, but this is the moment where I'm really surprised by this commitment, such a deep, intimate commitment with their hearts, because we didn't feel we were working for the state or for a device or to fulfill a duty. This was a historical task, an ethical duty to respond to this challenge. We would barely sleep. I wouldn't sleep thinking about Can we respond to this challenge? And in this sense, we quickly understood this was an ethical task, deeply political task. And we thought about public communication for social mobilization. And public communication for social mobilization, I mean the line that accompanied, supported all the time the construction of the report was social dialogue. A social dialogue that started in the early days to build a collective conversation, a social capital that was collectively developed to elevate the level of conversation. A deep, respectful, empathetic listening where the transaction was two ways. It means we were not higher than anyone else. On the contrary, of seeing the courage, the moral of the victims, you feel so little. The pain they went through, the sorrow they went through. In the end, we found that the social dialogue would build this critical mass, enough critical mass. I don't care about the opposition. And quickly, this was an audience that we thought there is a small sector but powerful sector with a huge audience, and the media are with them. The media have a responsibility because they didn't support the spirit of peace in this country. Because this guy, this person says something terrible, an offense, something hurting the country, and the media will go there to reproduce this news. But this is a minority. Building critical mass was a task that social dialogue performed since the first day in their conversations all around the country. Building the report was also a two-way conversation because we had to listen to the sorrow of the others and the sorrow of the perpetrators, the FARC, the paramilitary, those men from the public enforcement, law enforcement who managed to, they didn't even know how. But I was telling Othniel, how did you become such a monster? It's a human question. It is not judging. How can a society produce such people? Nobody's born a guerrilla member. Nobody's born a killer of children and innocent people. There is something so deep here that helped us join up as a team. I think the presence of Pacho was paramount because Pacho is a man with discourse and coherence, moral and political coherence that was always there encouraging our humanitarian ethical task to be performed by all instances of the state. That means we need to transform the ways of the state. And I was really surprised seeing people who was crying because this was ending. They were angry in public spaces. I don't know if one saw it. They didn't understand that we'd come into an end. They didn't understand that this was the first report, and there is a lot to say, a lot to listen to. You don't understand what we mean. So this demonstrates that this is possible, because this is an institution with a particular task of responding to such harm. It's like a Holocaust, actually. This is a Holocaust. But who in the state has no ethical task and the imperative to build common goods for society? I think this is what allowed us to network and relate on a human level, empathetically with the victims. The victims were a benchmark. They have such moral power, and we saw that we were merely a public servant. in the deepest sense of the word.
Thank you, Lucia. I do believe that in the social dialogue, there is a key, important key, or is the key of that innovation in the communication. Thank you all, the panelists. We have to close this session, but we will deepen in some of the topics proposed in the next module, in the next session, which will be moderated by Maria Prada. Thank you very much.
Larisa, antes de ser...
Larisa, before we close, I think there was like a second question, and someone was waving his hand, doing some signs. We wanted to use this space. I call on the name on behalf of the Mayor, Claudia Lopez, and we have given as a recommendation to the government, and for sure the President and Vice President understand that way, that we must continue not only supporting the legacy, but also transforming the institutions and doing the adjustments for the legacy to move forward. In that regard, we are working along with the General Secretary of the Commission and with the Father, so the generation can continue. The capital district of Bogota may continue, and hopefully throughout the national territory we can perform the same exercise. For this process to be carried out, we are tuning first the structure, administrative and fiscal structure, so then continue with the missional coordination exercise, and something that is very important, the files, the custody, the care of the files as we progress with the process nationwide, and the commission of the monitoring commission may continue. It will be under custody in the city in Bogota. This will ensure that the file that is under construction jointly, collectively, with the effort of the commissioners, the Father, the organizations, the workers, can be maintained in a process of dissemination, understanding that sometimes political willingness exists. It can exist with the new government, but the timing of the administrative coordination prevents the implementation of the recommendations. Father Antonio, and I just wanted to say, again, it's a duty. This is a duty. It's a constitutional duty, and hopefully the mayors, governors understand, as the Vice President and the President understand very well, who are in office already. I think that to say to the partners, thank you. Without you, we had not been able to do what we did. That's why I tell to the monitoring and surveillance committee the great support for the transformation and social mobilization is this social capital. I will insist forever. Keep them in mind. And let's have this cross-reference. And they were partners who run the extra mile. And the majority of these partners didn't work for money. They were not contractors nor operators. They were like spirits. I don't want to foster the chaos. I want to give to the panelists. I'll give you the booklet of Generación Más or Generation Plus to understand what we are doing. Thank you.
Bueno, pues como siempre.
Thank you very much. We always want to focus on questions, but sometimes answers are so big, so large that we cannot continue with the next round. We need to cut to continue with the next segment. Thank you to the partners to be here, and especially for being there. We'll continue. We'll try to continue. Right now, the relationship between the civil society and state for peace building has two moments. One moment, due to the voice by the partners, we can hear what was built as the final report was developed as we see diverse plural one from the voice of the same partners. And now we will share very quickly. Unfortunately, time is not enough to do it with more detail, but the invitation is first to know it, and secondly to deepen. We will go very quickly. We will share. Can we project two our artworks that are available for you? Two pieces that have to do with this conversation that we had this morning. The work in partnership with the network, the partners network. I think that you know this. This is the transmedia of the Truth Commission. For those of you that don't know it, this is how it looks like. Go visit www.comisiondelaverdad.co. In here you will find the contents of the chapters and many other and much content of the Truth Commission process. We will stop now. I will share two thoughts. First, this one, which is the file of the truth clarification. When you visit this content, you click on más or plus, see more. It deploys. This content is deployed, and you can visit by word. We will search Putumayo. You can enter the word related to the exercise of the Truth Commission exercise. You can put a year, the name of a territory or an armed group, and you will find all the public records that the Truth Commission had access to for the clarification exercise. And to the right, up on the top, you can choose if you want to see videos, documents. I cannot see with the light, audio or cartography. You can classify them to retrieve that information. All the material that was consolidated by the Truth Commission is public access material, and it is today available for everybody. We have said that the truth that we deliver in the Commission, our report, is not the truth, it's not the unique, the ultimate thing, but we want to make it available for society, the contents that we had available for you so that you can access this. This content is, if there is a colleague that can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm telling you misinformation, I think that 30% of the content that we have in files is public, and that's the one that is found here, hosted in Transmedia. We wanted to know this. We wanted you to know this. And in the next tab,
Más, entonces,
we click on Más. This Transmedia, what is it? It has what we did, our work, but we left an additional tab with what comes next. What we did was just a beginning that resumes our processes, but we wanted to continue. The Truth Commission understood that the next steps were these 5 components.
de ellos
4 of them are by decree. The decree that created us said that you must create a monitoring follow-up committee. The decree that created the Truth Commission said this is the comprehensive, and the unit of search of missing people will continue, and hopefully they continue with the legacy of the Truth Commission in terms of the mandate. We won't convey a wrong message that they will continue doing what we did, but they will resume all of the results and processes that the Truth Commission carried out to incorporate in their own duty. The decree that created the Truth Commission said that the conclusions will be displayed in the National Museum. Once we have their hall, we have been assured that we will have an exposition there, a display. And the decree that created us said that the files that we would consolidate will be delivered to a custodian agency, said by, as Vladimir said before, very quickly, HEP will be the owners, and with the district file or archive will manage these files delivered by in physical mode by the Truth Commission. The Truth Commission understood the decree and implemented it, but at the beginning we have a political conviction, and is that what comes next is the work that we had done with our partners. This component, either it is not in the project, in the decree that created us, has been one of the decisions that we had from the beginning, and that's why it's part of this day today. As we said in today's beginning, these days, yesterday and today, are intended to create that bridge with the legacy and sustainability of the legacy. Here you can get into the details to discover the information. We are still loading information. Within this grid that we have at the beginning, there is a tab, who we work with. There is an education tab, has education resources. This tab, con quien lo hicimos, who we did it with, is as we say, we cannot achieve that much without partners. This is an invitation to navigate it. We have partners according to the time, in which year we had these new partners. We had partners according to the type, civil society partners, academia partners, public institutions partners, and other typology. We have partners by regions, who we work with in the Caribbean, in the southern Andean region, and we have partners by topics. As you know, in the Truth Commission we work several topics. To create this piece, we narrowed it down to 5 categories, 5 group of topics. So there you can see it.
Ejemplo, o dos.
Let's see 1 or 2 examples on how this works. And this, for what? Not only to pay tribute to the partners, but also to promote coordination, meeting, synergy between all those that remain. Let's double check the Magdalena Medio networks. You can see the name. In the name you see Magdalena Medio, and you can identify it on the map. We were cooperating in 2019, 2020, and 2021, and it says what topics did we work together. Wide and plural hearing. What do we understand by wide and plural hearing? Social and political dialogue. You know that we have a big component ongoing social dialogue that help us to have many partners, but also to engage the partners with the process of the Truth Commission. And the differential approaches. We have the description there, and the strengthening, and the institutional strengthening. There we have the information of the partner. We have all the partners that we have in exile. There you will find them by countries. And
Es que podamos entender.
The purpose is to understand the processes that took place in the territory, and by topic, what support, what assistance from which partners we had. Let's take a look at another example.
Tenemos aquí a nuestro aliado, el embajador que nos...
We have the ambassador that joined us yesterday behind the scenes in the Truth Commission, the ambassador of the European Union delegation, with us since 2018 to 2022. We are missing, as you see, we are still finishing to update the piece. It doesn't have the information of the countries, but we had support all over the country by the European Union, and in some places, somewhere else, overseas. When we click on Exile, it leads directly, the transmedia takes us to the Exile piece of information, which countries, which partners, and all the narrative of the Exile piece. It's interconnected in such a way that we can browse it, visiting partners by topics, by regions. If we are with a partner that says Caribbean, and we click on Caribbean, it would take us to the Truth Commission piece in the Caribbean. Transmedia allows this. Nico, let's keep it there. Partners through over the time. The colors of the partners represent the typology of the partners. You have civil society, public institutions, and as the time goes by, we increase the number of partners. This we wanted to share this solution for you to browse it, to visit, and hopefully this is an incentive. This becomes an incentive, an aid to promote coordination and the promotion of the legacy. This was the first piece. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the second one, and I will introduce it, and I will open the floor to this that we will share now.
Como tal, pero por lo menos
I don't know if this is the piece as such, the solution as such, is something that we want to share. The result of a group of partners that was working with the Truth Commission from the beginning, and approximately 8 months ago, I believe, in the Truth Commission we were asked who will continue calling the partners when you are no longer. Some of the people here had the chance to connect, to join a session that we call the Fridays Conversations with Partners. 3 months ago, we proposed to have conversations with the partners about different topics to prepare the grounds for the arrival of the report, to promote sustainability, etc. And we were asked, we thought, to create a tool that allows the partners to remain connected. We did a survey. There was a good response. People said we would like to be part or to be connected through a piece digital solution to connect when you are we are no longer. And at the moment when the Commission started toward that solution, a group of partners approached us and said that they wanted to create a similar solution. I believe that meant for the corporation and partners cooperation team some free Saturdays and Sundays, because we decided to have the partners to create the solution and not ourselves, as we were working on all the things we had to work in such a way that the solution that we will see now is a solution by the initiative, out of the initiative of the partners, which at a time matches something that we had identified before, which is the need to maintain coordination and dialogue, meeting even in a virtual online space of those who had joined so far to the Truth Commission. With that preamble, Malva, Santiago, let's share this initiative, which is an initiative from the partners and an invitation to all of you here.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to the Commission for the space. Thanks to Tatiana, Maria for all the organization of this day.
Queremos presentarles una
We want to introduce an initiative that emerges from a group of partners of the Commission that have been working in the territory from different perspectives, approaches, supporting the work of the Commission. Seremos, or we will be, is part of this collective work and emerges from a question that it's being considered in the last report delivery meetings. What will we do now that the Commission will end its duties? What is our responsibility as partners who are in the territory? What is the responsibility with organizations? And how to coordinate that work that has been happening in the territory since the beginning of the Commission.
Surge también un poco.
It comes also from the research. The Commissioner Carlos Barenstein said yesterday that interpretation of the commissions in Latin America, that review that took place for the work of the Commission, we did an exercise, a similar exercise, both of the work of the commissions, but also the work that continued after the commissions. We found three main characteristics vis-a-vis that review. The first one is that most of the recommendations, most of those reports mentioned the importance of creating a state institution, a special institution to resolve the crimes that were considered in the Truth Commission. Colombia has an advantage that there is an institution, the Special Peace Jurisdiction. In the second hand, those recommendations mention the importance of the state to recognize the report, to recognize the recommendations, and to commit to comply with them. That is an advantage. From Sunday, we have complied with in Colombia. And a third element, part of our job, it's how to continue this work, how to coordinate this work from the organizations with the accounts, with the legacy that is being collected. What we found in the commissions in Latin America especially is that it doesn't depend only upon the commissions, the committee, the monitoring and follow-up committees that were put together, but also the work in the territory, the work of the organizations. Our main purpose is aimed at coordinating that work, at doing monitoring the actions of the organizations, the base organizations, to happen from the mobilization, from social mobilization in regards to the legacy of the Commission. This is an initiative that seeks to create a social platform to connect those actions and where this dialogue will take place. We have an advantage. There is an important work from the Truth Commission in the networking. We want to have to start from this networking and propose it as a dialogue after the commission or post-commission dialogue.
En cuanto a los objetivos específicos,
As for the specific goals, we focused on three. One should address the follow-up recommendation, not just the follow-up of the compliance, not just responsibilities, but what happens in the territory, what is done in the territory vis-a-vis the recommendations. How are they understanding the recommendations in social mobilization? The second goal has to do with dissemination and ownership of that legacy, and it has to do, of course, with education. How is that legacy understood? What is the legacy currently? And of course, the networking coordination of all those actions. Thank you, Malva. Well, what are we going to do and what do we want to deliver? Basically, this goes through technology. So first of all, we created a solution, a digital solution that is available for those social leaders and organizations. What is the connection? What connection is seeking? Through that coordination of stakeholders, organizations, social sectors, public institutions in the territory, we can generate that coordination of resources and achieving synergy. What is the purpose of this? The transformation that we are seeking from this initiative is a social change, a real social change. We understand that the ownership process and transformation process that emerges from all the delivery of the Truth Commission with the interpretation of the grave yesterday. Now we start this changing and transformation process that the grave barely calculates in 17 years, studying the impact of other commissions in the world. We decided to take over that challenge. If the shot is long, let's consider 17 years, but the matter is how to produce synergy in the territorial stakeholders. How does that work? We have proposed a stage scenario. The first stage is the data management. First, to know who does what and where. Those organizations, those efforts in the territory that are happening in the territory, and to be able to identify, according to the recommendations, those dispersed, segregated actions of the society. What are they doing? Here we can start to have the second level of information measurement. First level, you collect data, you organize the data, and secondly, you manage the information and present the information. At this point, knowing what organizations are working in which territory in a specific approach based on a specific recommendation can start to weave coordination efforts and synergy efforts. In the second stage, we are thinking, manage information, how can we generate those action and demobilization mechanisms, that synergy and resources compatibility. How can we achieve this with different actions in the territory? And that network of partners, how does it operate in the territories? And third, how does the civil society and the social organizations start to identify a critical roadmap for implementation of the recommendations, keeping in mind that they are part of a historical transformation process, how the society becomes part of the construction. Third stage, we have proposed. Once all of this has been consolidated, all the above is consolidated, we should give maintenance and sustainability all of this, the transformation actions that the society undertakes in the territories. Basically this, the stages that we see: first, coordination. Right now this platform is immediately operating. The invitation is to join for everybody. We say the more we are, the more we will be. And that's quite a bit the idea. This is the tool, but the transformation and change process belongs to everybody. Thirdly, the dissemination scenario. We are proposing a 1 year dissemination, and third, the maintenance by the civil society. We know that as the time goes by, we require more effort, and therefore the promotion by everybody. What is the added value of this, an exercise of this dimension? First, education, appropriation, and dissemination of all the tools and methodologies and materials delivered by the Commission, which is something that we have described as unfathomable. It's unfathomable for a human being. It's too much material. The idea is to manage it to be appropriate. X organization in the Y territory, what topic are they working on? They need this material, so they can find it accordingly. Secondly, a coordination of mobilization actions for the support of implementation of such recommendations. If we have too much work and separately, we believe that if we join together, we can do more. How to promote synergy in those mobilization scenarios given the recommendations. Thirdly, there is a social follow-up topic that we have called civilian participative. One thing is the implementation of the recommendation. This should happen. And second one, the boost by civil society. And the eyes that we all, the organizations, will have to monitor if this happens or not. Fourth, there is an applied knowledge issue. We are talking about an observatory. How do you take all this information and perform critical analysis and propose hypotheses, and you contrast the hypothesis, rebut, and generate applied knowledge from this exercise? Or a newsletter where the actions made by everybody can be made visible, and an geographical information system appertaining to the actions taking place in this territory, for example, for public policy management. Fifth, I am lost. The co-management of resources. And resources, we understand several different types of resources: human, technical, technological, financial resources. If we all join together around one action, we can gain efficiency and effectiveness. And sixth point, there is a pertaining action according to the specific efforts that each one is contributing. How can we be part? As I said, we are finishing the development of the platform. This will be released soon. The domain www.seremos.co. If you want to join this exercise, you are welcome. We have the email contacto@seremos.com. Who is part of this exercise so far? We've been running a lot with tenderness to have an appropriate solution today and to be responsible with the historic process. We have Intercultural Institute of Javeriana University of Cali, Viva Ciudadanía, Open Memory, and Avina Foundation. This is a wonderful work team, and I take advantage to tell you that I love you all. That's the initiative. Hopefully this will be useful. It's open, it's for the processes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Gracias, Malva. Gracias.
Thank you, Malva. Thank you, Santiago, for being here. Thank you to all the partners. This is an invitation to join the platform.
Ella y él van a estar acá todavía.
He and she will be here all the time for additional questions, comments, and it feels so good to have all this scaffolding, and this just doesn't, the commission doesn't goes away. A victim said, "Who said that this is fading away? If the Truth Commission is all of us, this continues. This is our process." She was so sweet. She said, "You all from the Truth Commission that are jobless, come to the territory because we have a lot of work for you. We have work for you." This is a clear example. We will have a coffee break and we will resume at it's 11:15. I was gonna say 11:15. Let's begin in 15 minutes at 11:30 with the presentation of the follow Monitoring Surveillance Committee, an instance by decree formally launched and with specific duties in regards to the implementation of the recommendations, monitoring and surveillance, as the name states. So we have coffee break, and we will let you know once we have to return to begin as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yo soy tu canto, yo soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza, yo soy la verdad. Yo no tengo dueños, yo soy libertad. Soy Colombia entera, soy pluralidad, soy la voz de todos, yo soy la verdad. Soy Yo soy tu canto, yo soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza, yo soy la verdad. Yo no tengo dueños, yo soy libertad. Soy Colombia entera, soy pluralidad, soy la voz de todos, yo soy la verdad. Soy tu mago entero, soy Buenaventura y aquí me quedo. Yo soy esa tierra, soy el verde mar, yo soy la montaña, soy el litoral. Yo soy esa tierra, soy el verde mar, yo soy la montaña, soy Yo soy tu canto, yo soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza, yo soy la verdad. Yo no tengo dueños, yo soy libertad. Soy Colombia entera, soy pluralidad, soy la voz de todos, yo soy la verdad. Canto a la soy tu canto, yo soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza, yo soy la verdad. Yo no tengo dueños, yo soy libertad. Soy Colombia entera, soy pluralidad, soy la voz de todos, yo soy la verdad.
We don't want to miss opportunities in the conversation spaces. We invite you all outside to return to the room. We will go live in social media.
Generación B más que
Thank you very much. Generación B más, Generation V plus is in your hands. Good morning again. Those of you on site and those online joining this session, we continue with this day agenda. Now we will have the official public presentation of the Monitoring and Surveillance Committee of the implementation of the recommendation for non-repetition delivered by the Truth Commission according to its report on June 28th, and then subsequently we will have a conversation space about implementation. In this case, recommendations, implementation, hearing people that has been monitoring and following up on the implementation of the peace agreement, and the international perspective, those who have studied what has happened with the recommendation and the implementation of recommendations in other places in the world. We will start now this session. I will open the floor to Francisco de Roo, who will officially introduce the committee.
Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much again for being here. As president of the Commission for the Clarification of Truth, with deep satisfaction, out of deep satisfaction and sincere appreciation with the people here on the stage, I want to introduce before you and before the country the Monitoring and Surveillance Committee. During 7 years, we'll be working to ensure, as the circumstances allow, that the decisions made by the Commission for the Clarification of Truth as recommendation for non-repetition are implemented in the country. The commissioners, members of the Commission of the Clarification of Truth, Coexistence and Non-Repetition, in the use of their intellectual powers and legal capacities as a state agency, especially those conferred by the Act 0, in the Law Decree 508 of 2017 and the Agreement 002 of 2018 and the Resolution number 019 of April 26, 2022 of the Truth Commission. By means of the Agreement 004 of August 8, 2022, the plenary designated as members of the surveillance and monitoring members for the implementation of the recommendation for the clarification of truth, coexistence, and non-repetition, the people here present: Esther Marina Gallego, Julia Eva Cogollo, Dori Sardila, Armando Woriyu Balbuena, Wilson Castañeda, Marco Romero, and Angelica Redberg. Also appointed as liaison and technical secretary Antonio Jose Madariaga Reales. This agreement, the 004, is effective as of yesterday, August 8th, when in plenary session the commissioners formalized the appointment of the group here with us, made up by 4 women and 3 men that take over the responsibility. Again, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for accepting for the country, for the victims of Colombia, for the peace of Colombia, this responsibility, and because we know that you give your heart and your life. We fully trust that you will do it with determination and greatness, that greatness that you have always displayed in your different ways and activities for the good of the Colombians. And we hope that you will have the strength to be 7 years working in this task. And please, a round of applause for the members of the committee. And I want to invite you all, dear friends, every one of you to express greeting words, opening remarks.
Bueno, arranco yo pues. Muy bueno.
Good morning, everyone. I truly thank in the vote of trust that the commissioners have entrusted us to take over this responsibility, but especially I want to thank the victims for which we have worked so many years and for which we will continue working, but also for those responsible, those accountable, which we have somehow assisted to prevent them to return to war. I believe that it's important to be here to ensure that the acknowledgement and accountability processes may continue to ensure that we can continue dignifying life both of victims and the stakeholders in the war. And hopefully these good wins that we have with the government that has stated that will be responsible for the compliance of the recommendations, hopefully we can achieve it, we can make it. I want to encourage and keep having the support of the partners in the territory with all the processes that as commission will represent, but also with those processes that in spite we're not part of the commission also deserve to be beneficiaries of these responsibilities and these recommendations. So I deeply think from myself, I will be in the territories building along the people, building from the scratch, because that will give us the strength to demand the compliance with these recommendations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julia. A member that comes from the Truth Commission, and she will move on to be part of the Truth Commission in the Caribbean team, and she becomes member of the Monitoring and Surveillance Committee. Can I continue in order, or do you want to do it the way you want? Angelica, thank you very much for your trust. Those who know me and know my academic experience know that I tend to see the glass half full. This is a step to achieve peace in Colombia. From my perspective, I will give my heart as Father has requested in terms of commitment with the knowledge that we have accrued on the horrors that we have lived in this country throughout the time, the years, and something that is very related to my experience is the empirical evidence that supports the facts that have been collected by this commission. And I just want to say that I face the future with excitement. I thank my colleagues in the committee for all the work that they have done. I am the last member to join, so I will pay attention to the next steps, and you can count on me, a real partner in all the steps and all the systems. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angelica, for joining this road. Wilson. Thank you for these 7 years. This is a long invitation, but we will honor with responsibility this entrusted appointment. I come from activism in the LGBTQI activism. This is an activism that is growing in all over the world, but especially in Colombia, in the framework of the peace building framework. The armed conflict made more difficult our life, as the report states. And when the country started to think on peace, they thought also considering with LGBTQI people. And when we were in Havana with the plenipotentiary members and talking about the damage, the disproportionate damage to the LGBT people in the approach of gender, collected in the approach of gender in the peace agreement, and approached correctly by the transitional justice system, and we can read in the gender volume of the report of the Commission. And it's part of this committee to keep walking in that direction. As Vice President said, quoting her, for us, for all of us, peace is the scenario for our dignity to become the usual thing in this country. And we have a commitment for the territorial work. And fortunately, I was able to follow the steps of the commissioners. In many places, especially for those who are here and those who are not, that made us believe in the territories that peace was with the Colombian citizenship of the daily living. This committee is that commitment, is the result of that commitment to read, to monitor the daily living of the Colombians in any nook of this country, in all the populations, so that we can effectively see reflected in the lives of people that peace is a reality. And we have agreed that we will continue working tirelessly for the life of Colombians, especially for those who were impacted by armed conflict, to be a life that can be lived with dignity and joy in this country. So we will be these years walking in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilson. Marina? Good morning. Thank you so much to the Commission for our appointment. Considering our perspective, I come from a feminist movement of women, and we issued a prior report on women and the impact of the armed conflict on women. We see that the recommendations include the perspectives and a little bit more. They go beyond. In this sense, my commitment is focusing on the recommendations, of course. I am completely committed to the efforts to end war, because we have been working to end war for 25 years and building peace, which is happening now. I am convinced that the women movement, the feminist movement, is highly committed to the recommendations. Myself and the committee have made this covenant of serious commitment to the recommendations in a favorable context we need to use, so that in 4 years' time, when this administration ends, at least at 76 60% of the recommendations have been implemented. We know that the recommendations are long-term, but if we can work with them short-term in a country that has suffered so much because of war, the Commission has set the path, and now we think we need to honor their job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marina. Doris. Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Commission again, but also I would like to thank all the prior work before the Commission. This is a recognition and acknowledgement to the Colombian society that is fighting in social movements, social spaces, organizations, students, women, indigenous people, Afro-descendant people, unions, the human rights movement, the peace-building movement. They all made it possible to sit down here in this space today. Fortunately, the Commission, in their wisdom and guidance, generated this legacy that is now handed over to Colombian society. Now the challenge is to honor that legacy with a commitment. I am optimistic. Of course, I can see there are hurdles. There's one word in my mind: hope. Today, in this country, in this political opportunity, we are hopeful. This is something new. We didn't feel in the environment before in Colombia. This is something important. Finally, I would like to highlight many of you present here today. You know that the Truth Commission is the first commission in the history of truth commissions in international relationships where they have built this type of instances for transitional justice. For the first time, they are incorporated to its structure, legacy, and report. They are incorporating a volume on exile. This is so important because I'm here. I'm representing the voice of our partners who remain out of Colombia, outside Colombia, as Commissioner Stein reiterated. He has been working for Colombia in many states, in many cities. They organized 24 working groups called nodes, and we tried to cooperate and support the report issued by the Commission today. I was mentioning yesterday in the meeting with the plenary of commissioners, we're building a bridge, but this bridge is too feeble, it's too weak. And how can we integrate the voices outside Colombia? All the knowledge, the history, so that the Colombian society recognizes this and we can develop an exchange and dialogue. It's time for conversations. It's time to see how to join efforts. Well, it's a huge challenge ahead. I want to say this publicly. I must confess, I feel so nervous with this big responsibility. We hope we will be able to build dialogue with the partners, not only with the partners, but the other side of Colombia that is not agreeing with this effort, that denies the existence of the conflict. That part of Colombia that is absent, the skeptic, those who believe that the violence mechanisms can help us move forward. We need to talk to them, and we need to build based on respect, understand each other, tolerate each other. Well, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Doris. Now the last two, Marco and Armando. Good morning to you all. I'm coming from National University of Colombia, and I've been most of my life working as an activist for human rights and peace. That is why I want to thank for your confidence only from the Commission. Excuse me. Let's just adjust your microphone. Let's turn it up. Turn the volume up. I would like to thank you for that trust you put in all of us. Thank you, commissioners, for the decision you made to ask us to take this responsibility to move forward with the findings and recommendations. Especially, I would like to thank the Truth Commission for their work. In the midst of adverse conditions of so many kinds, in this topic of non-repetition guarantees in different spheres for both the state and Colombian society, you took the latest benchmarks worldwide on this discussion. The recommendations by the Commission are transformative, under a transformative approach, and this is a paramount aspect. In Colombia, there is not only a huge index of victimization with tons of victims, but we also have social sectors that have been harmed in a disproportionate manner because the Colombian society suffered structural lack of protection, systemic discrimination, segregation of identity. So I think that the Commission has linked both dimensions very well, seeing how the problem is complex, but is not only about truth, justice, and reparation. We have to take into account not only the damage, the harm, but the persistence, the structural root causes in the Colombian society. We must solve this, not to continue with violence. The waves of violence, we've seen this in different countries in Central America, for example, where after peace negotiations you see more killings, more systemic violence, more than during the wars. So we need a transformative approach. I want to highlight this decision from the Commission that you have to go to the core and say this society needs transformation. As Father Francisco was saying yesterday, the opportunity to rethink our national speech. The nation is a fraternity, but in a nation that kills each other, that is violent, we are hardly a nation. So we have the opportunity here to rethink those basic topics. This is the important part. This is the complex part as well. This is the challenge in our mission. The Truth Commission, the GEP, the Search Unit, all the institutions created by the agreement are the heritage of the victims, the victory of the peace agreement, the movement of victims. And now Colombia is seeing a new model, is generating this new model, seeing from the Colombian and international perspective. We want to perform an effort that will be successful for Colombia. With this approach, we can not only solve this deep crisis in Colombia, but also build a long-lasting peace in Colombia and provide the world with a vision that using a transitional justice model that is complex, we can solve the conflicts that otherwise would be solved with amnesties. So we're going to work hard with the development plan for that new scenario of peace with the entities and territories. Not only the state, but Angelica mentioned this, the universities, the educational sector, the media. All the recommendations go beyond the actions of the state agencies. I think that the Commission has a broad scope where there's a lot at play here. We have willingness, political willingness, but there are also topics like structural discrimination, in which cultural transformation are determining factors. So this is our approach, this is our confidence to ratify this commitment for peace. Thank you very much.
Un comité compuesto por
A committee made up by 4 women, 3 men. Armando, please, the floor is yours. ID is a millenary name of a disappeared nation. The black people kept their roots. This is the story of our origin. Several governments from the black power, executive power, negotiate with Europe the damages caused in these generations. This is a universal benchmark because we have to see the damages caused to the people in San Andreas, the black people in San Andreas. We owe them their autonomous territorial code because of all the spies brought on them as human beings. They today have different structures for families which are not the Republicans. To recognize the social structure of the Palenque people next to Dique Channel and the ecosystem, where we have a story of barbarism, of centuries of Spanish Empire and 2 centuries of the Republic. We need to understand under or using words the silence of the sorrow from the Rom people. Only today we can know about this, the atrocities of this republic. The black people are 5 million people. Legally, because the statistics department said that they were only 3 million people. The black people is regrouping to value the damage performed, and this republic has to establish how many years passed and multiply this by the salaries that these people didn't get. The Republic did not recognize a salary for them because the system considered they were just merchandise until there was an industrial revolution and the black human being was able to stop being a merchandise. The nomad people, we are 46 nomad peoples out of 115 in total in Colombia. We were annihilated, destroyed by oil companies such as the Bari people in Catatumbo region, narco-trafficking, mining and oil extraction in Catatumbo. 46 nomad people, they were forced to settle. There was prostitution, there were alcoholism among children, and the semi-nomad people in Orinoquia were also living the same sorrow and pain, or those settled in Bogota, those owners of the land in the Bogota district, the nation of Muisca people, erased by millions of books issued by the Ministry of Education. Today we resist. We are 25,000 people, and our rights are denied. History always prevails and is told by the winner and dominant party. But we have the chance here to make a change. The principles of living in harmony and equilibrium and balance between nature and people, as well as spirits and goddesses. We still have an aesthetics of goddesses for life. That's why we say this is a vital air, sea and land space that was taken away from us. We have survived with 33% of the total of the Republic, but the Republic still does not recognize the value of 67% of our land. This is the time to see what to do, because we are siblings. We coexist with the 9 million farmers who were sent away by the institutions of the Republic, and they were only recognized as with 435,000 hectares of land, less than 0.1%, that provide 70% of food. So in this truth, there are some basic points. We didn't have time. The commission is ending too soon. Some basic points on the union leaders from the 80s or the 70s who couldn't work in any company in Colombia. Or those of our children who could never go to study our areas of expertise because of fear. In the midst of all this scenario, today we are appointing some tasks to the highest advisor in this republic, who is in the international event of indigenous people. He is there, but I had to stop listening to him to come here to this panel, because we have the moral duty and political duty to nature. This is the first Tuesday where the resistance was overcoming in 2 centuries. But we could recreate the intellect of women, giving a voice to men, the intellect of women who recreated resistance in 2 centuries, and also dreaming about hope. In this day, on this Tuesday, this is the 2nd day of liberation, the liberation of our work, of our words, of what we want to change and what we want to transform. Obviously, this takes us to a 3rd stage, which is translating, understanding the results from that analysis, from recreating the intellect of women presented through the voices of men, to see how in these 4 years the resistance can change. Today we are fortunate enough to be in this room on the 2nd day of a new republic, where the values will change, where the human being will become an international power around the world countries, and this is a responsibility for the administrations to come. The work on follow-up, monitoring, surveillance at the territories, at the spaces, so that 450,000 teachers from FECO, the teacher union, have a pedagogical duty, recognizing the ancestral languages, Palenque language, Rom language, and over 86 ancestral languages. Welcome everyone to this space of harmony and equilibrium and balance, solidarity, responsibility of joint efforts, so that the intellect of women is always in the mind of Marcos Wilson and all of you. This is the thought of our Mother Earth, our grandmother Lamar, and all the goddesses of this space. Welcome to this long journey, to this journey of aesthetics for life, the ethics and moral that are different. Thank you.
Bueno, y con este aplauso les damos.
Thank you, Armando. And now, with this round of applause, we welcome the committee. So, way to go, guys. You're not alone. You've heard this in the last days. There are so many institutions and people, cooperation organisms and bodies that are here with us today to support you, to coach you, accompany you. So, yes, it's been 7 years, Wilson, but it's not so long being with all your friends. So you're all welcome. Now we're going to go connect to this next moment. Now, while we go through the connection, we have two people online. Yesterday it was running good. I was surprised because technology was actually in tune. Today we're having the same. We're having the same method. There's a person who will do the introduction virtually, and Commissioner Saul Frank, who is going to connect virtually to be in this space. The conversation continues. It is called Recommendations for Non-Repetition and their Implementation. The center or focus of the conversation are the recommendations, and for this we're gonna have different perspectives. So please, Maria Camila Moreno, join the stage. She's going to be the moderator, director of the International Center for Transitional Justice, and we're having Julia Cogoyo and Armando again from the Monitoring and Surveillance Committee in this conversation, as well as Oscar Sanchez. Maria Camila will do the introduction, although I would like to. So please confirm if we have the Zoom online. Thank you. That's great. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. There's one seat missing here. Could you please bring a seat to the stage? And now, we apologize for the delay. People who are here for the panel, those virtually, we're also watching us online. Mr. Freeman and Saul Franco are on screen now. Now we have Jorge Restrepo as well. Maria Camila will do the introductions. So Maria Camila, you have the floor, and thank you. We are going to go through this until lunch, so please focus. We are going to talk about recommendation for non-repetition. Thank you. Well, good afternoon to you all. It's so nice to be here with you. Thank you to the Commission for having me to moderate this panel, which gathers us today to a conversation about the recommendations by the Truth Commission that were issued for the country. Some of our guests are going to enlighten us, and we are going to start the panel with a presentation by Mark Freeman. He is the director and founder of an international organization called the Institute for Comprehensive Transitions, or IFIT. They have an office in Colombia. Mark is an expert on transitional justice, conflict resolution, human rights. He's been the advisor for several negotiation processes, including but not limited to the Colombian process. Mark was the advisor for Colombia in the negotiations in Havana with the former FARC guerrilla, and he is invited today to join us to reflect briefly on the international experience in relation to the implementation of recommendations of the Truth Commissions. There's always a huge question arising during these spaces. How successful have been the implementations of Truth Commission recommendations throughout the world? It's been 30 years of Truth Commissions around the world. Most of them end up with final reports with important chapters on recommendations. So please, Mark is going to present this information. And now we have a conversation as well with Armando Balbuena. He was already introduced in the prior moment. Armando is YU indigenous member. He is part of the monitoring and surveillance committee that was just appointed. He was also a president of the ONIC, an important social leader. Julia Cogoya, who was also introduced. Julia is also part of the monitoring and surveillance committee. She was also part of the Caribbean Truth Commission team. We have Jorge Restrepo, an economist, a professor of Javeriana University and director of CERAC, which is a study center that was very important for the conflict. He knows the conflict very well in Colombia, the peace processes as well. And we have Oscar Sanchez. Oscar is the director of EduCapaz. EduCapaz is, he was the Secretary of Education in Bogota from 2012 to 2015. EduCapaz has been a strategic partner of the Truth Commission in the educational aspect. And today, in this task of the appropriation of the final report and the teaching in the educational institutions, Saul Franco will be joining us virtually, Commissioner of the Truth Commission. He was in charge of the impacts volume. He is a physician specialized in public health. He has been working for over 4 years investigating and researching on the impact of the conflict, their impact on health and other dimensions of Colombian society. Without further ado, Mark has the floor. I guess Mark is ready. I guess I can see it. Yes, up there. Okay. Mark, welcome. It's so nice to have you. You have 10 minutes.
Perfecto. Pues
that's great. Well,
bien, todos?
Can you hear me?
Sí.
Can you hear me there? Okay.
Perfecto.
Yes.
Bueno, muchas gracias, María
Thank you,
Camila,
Maria
y
Camila.
Muy buenos días a
Good
todos y
morning
a
to
todas. Antes que nada,
you all.
agradecer la
I would
Comisión
like to
de Paz,
thank the Truth Commission,
Red Pro de Paz y
Run for the
Unión
Paz,
Europea por
and the
la
European
invitación
Union
a participar
for having me
en este
here
evento,
in this
que para
event
mí
today,
es un
which
honor,
is an
y es
honor.
especialmente emocionante
I'm especially
porque
excited
como
because, as Maria Camila mentioned, we had the privilege to be in Havana for a year and a half as one of the advisors in the victims. But today the topic is what is the experience, international experience on the implementation of the recommendations for non-repetition. So I'm going to provide some modest reflections, humble reflections on this panel.
As you have seen maybe in other panels, during the last decades there have been tens of commissions in the region and in other regions of the world. Either they are all different between each other. There are some conditions and elements of the Colombian model that I would like to highlight before referring the international experiences, elements that together make the Colombian Commission very unique and which are pertinent for the recommendations for non-repetition. So, first of all, I want to say that the Colombian Commission is part of a peace project, a wider peace project and a global project that continues, supersedes the Commission and goes over the implementation. And of course there are other truth commissions that have emerged from a truth commission, for example, Guatemala, El Salvador, Sierra Leone, and Indonesia. But most of the commissions are not part of a global peace agreement with their mechanisms of abandonment of weapons, reforms, etc. Second point, the Colombian Commission is part of a comprehensive transitional justice system, which is part of the peace comprehensive system, and has had a shared role vis-a-vis the response of rights of victims in society, and not having, as the case of many other commissions, without having to fill gaps of justice or start from the scratch the guidelines for the search of the missing persons and reparation. And this fact has been an important asset in the Commission in Colombia. Again, in qualitative terms, is unparalleled in the world, with certain qualified exceptions like that of South Africa and Tunisia and Timor. As for the configuration of the same system without one of its agencies. But this is happening in Colombia, not for bad luck, but it's new challenges. From my point of view, we can expect new opportunities for strengthening the other components of the system. A third distinction of Colombia vis-a-vis the international experience, either it is a fact that the Colombian Commission has made an impressive work in 4 years only. With all that work, it has been able to take advantage of previous developments like the progress of peace and justice, the law of victims, and so on and so forth. But without removing merit to the Commission, the reality is that few commissions of truth in the world have been established in a country with all that experience, institutionality, something that I believe will help to design the structure for this new stage. In the fourth place, we must strengthen the organization capacity of the civil society and the victim organizations in Colombia. Few times in Colombia have I seen this level of know-how and organization, something key for any truth commission, but also key for the implementation of its recommendations. And again, few truth commissions have had local partners with this level of knowledge, in addition to the international community so supportive and active in its support to this peace-building ecosystem. In the fifth place, fifth exceptional characteristic of the Colombian Commission is the fact that there is a surveillance monitoring committee that we have the privilege to know today, even if it is not systematic in the international experience of the truth commissions. And this is relevant because even those that receive the recommendations are the public agencies and the society as a whole, a monitoring committee, has undoubtedly an important value in the surveillance of the implementation process. This should not be conceived as a second truth commission. Rather, its value is in the dialogue with those who must implement the recommendations and communicate with the country the developments of the implementations. And in the sixth distinction, and it's obvious, few commissions of truth have had political context so favorable and beneficial at the moment of delivery of the final report. As a matter of fact, with certain exceptions like Argentina, Morocco, and Ghana. But this fact creates an unprecedented opportunity because instead of focusing the efforts in fights with a government in opposition to the legacy of the Truth Commission, must focus instead to ensure that recommendations are crystallized effectively. Also, I think that it can be important that in a context like this, we prevent the recommendations to become a government policy, to turn them into political things and segmentating them. Colombia has the opportunity to work for the implementation process to be more inclusive than exclusive and to contribute to the reduction of polarization. Just to end, I want to stress very briefly and pragmatically three lessons learned as for the international experience in this regard. First, the challenge of several recommendations. The most of the truth commissions make several recommendations. One decision that is understandable given the complexity of a long period of repression and war. The risk, however, is that this results in a public wrong perception that nothing will happen. Nothing happened after the communication of the final report, saying, for example, that only 10% of the recommendations have been implemented. In this vein, the challenge for the monitoring committee and the civil society in this new stage is to know how to foster and stress a qualitative monitoring and not a quantitative monitoring, leveraging the accrued criteria by the Truth Commission in its report. A second lesson is avoiding centralizing the implementation efforts of these recommendations. Rather, promote the decentralized process, inclusive, that fosters the society to empower the recommendations. In that regard, the committee, a monitoring committee of 7 people, 7 recognized leaders, should not take an excess of responsibility for what comes next. Better can formulate hints on new steps and essential steps and complement the leadership in civil society. And lastly, the importance of the media to promote the ownership of the recommendations in the social level and to promote its implementation. And here the key point is to recognize the importance of the media to create and design the narrative. The strategy of those who wants to see more implementation and not less cannot limit to dissemination sessions, infographics, and the like. If you want to achieve implementation, the effort must collect the powerful voices that design the speech of society. For example, the media, public opinion, artists, and so to speak. That is a lesson from other contexts. And it is necessary also to have a clear approach strategy to a wide range of journalists to help them understand the wider goal in the effort of their implementation, and also help them see that their viewpoint is very important. As a summary, Colombia, as I have tried to express, Colombia has advantages in comparison. As for implementation and non-repetition, the Commission and now the Monitoring Committee are part of a global peace system, are part of a justice system, a global peace system. You have expert partners, influencing partners, in a new government that will support the recommendations. But I will finish reminding that it's important to think in the long term, understanding that it's always harder to implement recommendation of a truth commission in a polarized society than to do it in a non-polarized society. I believe that we can implement it today. It can be implemented today, but could be revoked tomorrow. So the opportunity that I see in Colombia for the implementation is to prioritize a political mixture, a politically balanced mixture of the recommendations. That way, we could reach certainly to the National Pact for Coexistence. We can reach the peace culture and lastly, the non-repetition. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Mark. Your introduction is very useful to start this conversation. What I will propose to our dear guests, panelists, we will have a first round. I will ask a different question to each one of you, and you will have 4 minutes. We are running short of time, and this is a very important topic. We want to make the best use of the time. When you are reaching the 4 minutes, I will give you a sign to know that you need to close your remarks. And at the end, I want to ask the same question to all of you. And we will have 3-4 minutes. Let's see if we have enough time. We are living a political juncture, I would say an exceptional one, for a Truth Commission final report. And I start off by saying that when the Truth Commission began, many of us said this is the most difficult scenario that a Truth Commission could find. This is how the task of the Truth Commission began. Everything was adverse to the huge task that we had. And in 4 years, the situation changed, totally changed, turned 180 degrees. And today we can assert that we are in the best political moment for what comes next, which is the ownership of that final report and the implementation of the recommendations. Today we have a window of opportunity that very likely we had not seen. I want to be very optimistic. I will be very positive. This is the opportunity window that we have had in 200 Republican history. Some will say that I am exaggerating, but many of us feel this way. And at this point, we have the recommendations of the Truth Commission. Recommendations that you will have read by now, have different nature. There are recommendations that refer specifically to public policies, changes to public policies, changes to institutions, and there are recommendations that make a call, summon the society, which have a nature, more ethical, political nature, that summon the society to undertake this challenge of the necessary changes for the country. Mark said something that I want to elaborate upon for this debate. Mark said, he issues a warning. Watch out, the recommendations cannot be politicized. If they remain just in the hand of the government, we jeopardize the recommendations to be politicized. But I wonder if we are talking about recommendations that have been formulated to create changes in the policies of a country, public policies, and transformation of institutions. The governments have a very important role, and we have a dilemma, which is very interesting. I want to start with the first question for Jorge, based on this framework that I just mentioned. This is a very specific question. Notwithstanding the motivation that we have in this current context, what do you think that promotes and what hinders the implementation of those recommendations? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I must answer the question, or can I say whatever I want? No, you must answer the question. This is in order. To answer the question, and again, as I think, thank you for the invitation. It's truly an honor. I think I want to answer this very briefly in the next manner. A recommendation is not implemented. A recommendation is that, a recommendation. And in the specific case of the recommendation of the Truth Commission, as they are recommendations for non-repetition, that's the core, the fundamental axis. What you should seek or aim at is the way those recommendations can coordinate with implementation of public policy programs and with the commitments of the final agreement. That way, the favorable or beneficial elements for the implementation of those recommendations, if we want to call them that way, should be the conditions for the implementation of the final agreement. There are elements, and let's say the coordination with public policies defined by the new government, the next government, in such a way that I believe that there are favorable elements in the political willingness that the President of the Republic has expressed, and the public willingness expressed the day before yesterday in his inauguration speech. The President of the Congress, one of the adverse elements, I would say, the surrounding, the environment, or the lack of an opposition to the implementation of the peace agreement. The political agreement is healthy to identify which recommendations could be have limitations once they are put into practice or implemented. And finally, a negative element or a constraint for the implementation of those recommendations is the lack of resources, the lack of money. Economic conditions will be an adverse element to be able to implement new public policy programs and to reformulate the public policy programs that require important resources, including, for instance, according to me, from those recommendations of the Commission of Truth that have to do to a amendment, a reform to the public security sector and the national plans. I mean, those who are in the peace agreement, including those that have to do with illicit crops substitution and the rural comprehensive reform, which are the most expensive ones and that require a change. Did I answer the question? Very well, thank you. And very thorough with the time. The day the Truth Commission introduced the country, the final report, the president-elect, not sworn in office yet, Gustavo Petro, received from Father Pacho the recommendations of the Truth Commission, and in that event committed to implement the recommendations. And has reiterated that commitment oftenly. He said that in his sworn speech. We will have a government commitment to the incorporation of those recommendations very likely into his government plan. How will that happen? That's an important question. But I would like to ask Oscar, who also has been participating. I think you're still in the delivery team of education team. Which ones do you think, or better, how to have these recommendations to be owned by the Colombian society? Because we have a level that of course is that of public policies, the decisions made by the government. The education minister announced that the report will be disseminated in the education system. Maybe you think, or you've been thinking about that recently, but the question is, what other ways, what other means can we use to make the society, and in a transgenerational perspective, can have the society to own the reflections by the Truth Commissions in their conclusions, so that we can move in the direction of the transformations that the recommendations suggest. Thank you, Camila. When you hear a President of the Republic that will follow in lockstep the recommendations of the Truth Commission, we should be optimistic. In lockstep, in principle, but since the state is so complicated in the context wherein Colombia moves, the relationship between the state and the citizens, it's so confrontational. It's difficult to conceive these citizens feeling that the citizen is really part of the state. The state is one and the citizen is one. What some people call political country, social country. If you achieve that symbiosis, the optimism should be moderated. And the action of the state goes through understanding that the rights of those citizens are services, their bureaucracy, and budgetary topics. There is an important crack. The people expect the state to resolve specific issues, but also the inclusion, the opportunity to be part of, to maintain a conversation. Both things should be considered. More importantly, how does that conversation start? What's the spirit? What's the pitch of that conversation? Lucia introduced Chapter 8 of Culture and Education in the recommendations. We participated in the construction of that. That idea is beautiful, and I will refer specifically to that example. Definitely, this is a matter of what we learn, what we feel, and what we know. In the one hand, unknowingly, just by culture, and in the other hand, because we have been taught, by education. Culture is more powerful and expeditious. When you learn to speak that conversation, you learn that in the street, in the family, in the world, what you hear, and then comes the education. The education must perform a deliberate exercise to find learning, planned exercise. That's more difficult. This is very important because we have the people, we have professionals, we have 330,000 public teachers, 500,000 in total. And in this specific context, for things to happen, just to answer your question, at least I think that there are three challenges. One is what Freeman said: understand communication as a power. understand that power in the media in this breakage of new dialogues. For example, August the 12th, we have the school embraces the truth, and in the media covers a poor segment. And I asked the director why, and he said our journalists are following now social media. So we have a problem in the way social networks work, and the journalists believe that the news is in the social networks. We have a problem with assertion in the recommendation of the Truth Commissions invite us to take a look at the churches, the media, the narrative, the sensitivity, the awareness that emerges from these artistic expressions that reach the spirit. One, secondly, education in two dimensions. One that we call the education growth. That means in socioeconomic aspect, and for the reconciliation, it's good that the recommendation talks about the social and emotional growing for the reconciliation. And there you know how to do things at school. We have wonderful networks of teachers, youngsters, professors, which from school see the opportunity to make the flowers that are growing beautifully become gardens. Let's say we must water those flowers to become a garden. And finally, there is a specific reality. The kids in the ethnic and rural world, if they don't have access at least to 9-11 degree grades of education, and if they don't define their project of life, the academic, cognitive, professional labor, we will deliver them to the world. That's important. I will finish that this coupling, where I had the opportunity to be, we deliver our report to the new government. What was very impressive, the 40-60 people in education that were there, we had technicians. We received some technicians, but we also received indigenous people and Afro-descendant people, and we had a dialogue, a technical and political alliance, which approaches to a possibility that helps a government that recognizes the complexity of cultures and territories, that leads us to other type of possibilities. I believe that all of this involves bureaucratic changes and money. I am very skeptic that this can work if we don't resolve it, giving it political priority, but I trust that President Petro understands this very well. Thank you very much, Oscar.
Quisiera seguir.
I would like to continue with Saul. I think that he can hear me. The recommendations are the result of a work in depth carried out by the Commission, the result of a diagnosis that was nurtured by thousands of testimonials, the reports that given by the society, the investigation in itself by the Commission. If you have had the chance to read the findings and recommendations chapter, you will see effectively that the recommendations are the result of that in-depth analysis, that in-depth diagnosis, that understanding narrative that the Truth Commission achieved on what the conflict in Colombia has been. But in the same line of thought that we were talking to Oscar, you who were in front of that important chapter on the impacts and resistance of Colombian society vis-a-vis this long-lasting armed conflict, all this effort should have a goal, which is transformation of those reasons, those structural root causes, those persistence factors that during 60 years explain that we have been in this long conflict. If that's the purpose, to reach non-repetition, I would go beyond the prevention of new violence. What should be done for those recommendations, Saul, to contribute to that goal of the transformations that this country requires, and also to reach the non-repetition? Thank you very much, Maria Camila. I want to share with all the attendees to this panel the satisfaction that we have been able to deliver this report of the Truth Commission in a favorable condition, as you have highlighted. But I also want to add a piece of satisfaction, which is to deliver, to have the monitoring surveillance committee that has been put together and is official now. And I believe this is another beneficial point. We can rest assured knowing that we give this report in a juncture of hope, of change, of participation, and internally, in the one hand, a decision of the government to implement it. Three times in its speech, in its inauguration, the President of the Republic referred to the recommendations, and now we have a monitoring surveillance committee of this quality and this representative capacity from different streamlines in the country. I have only 3 minutes for your question. I want to clarify first, I want to highlight something that is very important. These recommendations didn't come out of the blue by the commissioners. These recommendations came from the people we talked to, came from the reports that we received. We received approximately 10,000 recommendations, and the work that we had was not only to organize, but how to prioritize, how to give shape to create an organic set of proposals, because we're not triggering everywhere. We're trying to coordinate a country project, and we tried fair enough to structure the number of recommendations, those who were more in agreement to set up a country in peace. I want to highlight that this is part of that reality that has been fortunate for Colombia. Nobody won the war by military means, and the one that wins by military means is the one that imposes the truth. It was the Colombian society the one that won the right of truth. And this is the truth that we deliver in these 10 volumes. All the legacy of the Commission is not the truth of one government from an armed stakeholder or from one social sector. It's the truth of the Colombian society. These recommendations are the recommendations to address the Colombian society. This is very important. And finally, I want to focus in the part of your question on what to do. I think that in order to move from the letter to the practice of these recommendations, from the recommendation to the action, it is necessary to have three fundamental conditions. First, society and the different components of society must own both the recommendations as a whole, and also those according to the specific sector. The whole society should be committed to peace, which is the proposal of the Commission. Peace should have a national commitment. We should be all in that package. And in that peace building, everyone must monitor what they care the most. The farmers should take care of the land aspects and the claim of land for them, but not only the land, but also the means they require to cultivate it, and the young people to own those recommendations that open the future and guarantee their social participation, and so on and so forth, each one of the sectors. If we have the social global specific ownership, there is a core and one of the bases to have these recommendations complied. Secondly, the governments. This is not a 4 years matter. This government, the next governments must commit openly to the implementation and to make them feasible according to the historical processes and possibilities. I think that's another important point. And thirdly, we should say it, since peace is a Colombian issue, international cooperation is important. And in this event, where we are thinking on this, if the international community gathers the substance of the recommendations and commits to support implementation by the UN system and the individual countries as a bloc and the different organizations, international forces that move in this field, if they take over and back up this openly, we could have the appropriate conditions to achieve the implementation. That would be my contribution, and to greet all the people joining in this session and ensure that each step of like this will convince us and commit us all for peace building, for the big peace building, the total peace, which is the peace of everyone, with the solution of fundamental problems that have led war to persist for so many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. The Surveillance and Monitoring Committee has an important task for the next 7 years. It's not only about monitoring the implementation, but also boost the implementation. This implies actions at different levels, especially in this opportunity, as we were saying before. This is a window of opportunity that we have here today with a committed government to implement the recommendations. Surely there's also a willingness to incorporate some of those recommendations into the development plan. Next year we have the elections at the territories. We are also having the drafting of development plans in the departments, and this is the possibility to deploy an important strategy for public policies recommended by the Truth Commission to have an impact and to incorporate into policies, etc. The civil society also plays a paramount role. As Maria was mentioning before, we're telling the committee you are not alone. There is actually a sector of civil society that is still committed with the implementation of the peace agreement, the legacy of the Truth Commission, and there is a key stakeholder, the network of partners. I would like to ask Julia, in your opinion, what is the role of the network of partners in the implementation of these recommendations for non-repetition? How do you see the partner network in their support to the monitoring committee? Thank you, Maria Camila. For me, it is so important to be here with Maria Camila. I was remembering 20 years ago, or more, 23 years ago, her organization gave me the first humanitarian aid for displaced people. So I think the partner network starts to work before the commission started. I want to mention this because the partner network, in the time I was victimized, I received aid. Imagine the evolution of the partner network now. As part of the commission myself, and we participated in building the partner network. We built part of the partner network, and precisely this network is writing to me every day asking how to participate in the recommendations effort. My answer is we really need that your agendas of impact or incidents, your agendas of monitoring, your agendas for your own work should include this legacy. They should include the recommendations as a need to boost the implementation. One of the main roles of the partner network is to go to territories, the departments next year, and achieve that the development plans, government plans, include the recommendations. That is paramount. For the committee, I think the support The committee needs legitimacy nationwide, in the territories, in the communities, in the organizations, the institutions. And I believe that the first step to legitimacy is from the partner network. The partner network that is putting their trust, as the commissioner did, they're putting their trust in us, and they should be confident that we actually will do it, that we will give back to the territories in a constant two-way dialogue with the partner network to allow coordination. In the beginning, we were talking about the recommendations, not the implementation, but the coordination. How can we manage so that the state will incorporate it into the public policy, but also the partner network to incorporate them in the work agenda? One of the main duties that we have is to go back to the territory with these recommendations and begin to boost and promote, encourage, so that they are the accomplices in the committee positioning and in the completion of the recommendations. Thank you, dear Julia. Armando, well, there are many challenges for the committee, monitoring committee. So this is not an easy task by any means. In a positive scenario like this, even having the political willingness, etc. Armando, the question is, what are, in your opinion, the 5 main challenges of the monitoring committee that started yesterday? From every 100 calories that ICBF must provide to children, we're losing 80 in contracts. So the children will get 20. So common sense of the ICBF, Family Welfare Institute of Colombia, never allowed understanding the differences in different structures of families. That's a key point. Differentials and territories. The Havana Agreement has 3 stakeholders. Those 3 stakeholders, from the executive to the legislative and then to the judiciary, then the referendum, and going back to the executive, to the legislative, to the judiciary, and then it was filed before the UN, and it became a document with universal warranties of compliance. Making this possible, the fundamental recommendation of this commission of surveillance and monitoring, it includes the agreements in Havana, and the purpose is clear in the forward: justice, prospective justice, giving the rivers or handing in rivers without mercury or plastics. How can we guarantee that? That's number 1. That's huge. Number 2, how to socialize in a didactic manner and pertinent manner. The word pertinent has never been used by the Ministry of Education because they don't know what pertinent means. How can we reach to 1,200 mayors' offices, and multiplied by the councils and the deputies, who in the general budget, the municipal departmental budgets and the general budget of the nation should include the recommendations of this commission to implement the Havana Agreement, so that it is included there. This commission's priority is a territorial priority, talking to the institutions, mayor's offices, bringing concrete proposals to show and to include in the law of the National Development Plan, and then go into the multi-investment plans, and then included in the nation's budget with a constitutional impact. When we have public policies, they are only state policies without state warranties, because warranties are governmental. But when we're talking about public policies for cattle farmers and large owners of land, they have more budget. So these are state policies with state warranties. This is a second challenge we are facing. It's too big of a challenge. Third, how to solve how the intellect of resistance has created the conditions to listen and to present and file the proposals developed by 10 million people, 10 million Colombian people in Barcelona, everywhere in the world, for the exiled, for their children, for the children who are not yet back to Colombia. How can we put this in the general budget of our nation? How can we do so that the black hair boys and girls born in Norway, in Finland, can come to their ancestral territories? 4. The task of understanding among the most vulnerable people in Colombia, the nomad people who were affected because their space, their vital spell was taken away from them. This is a political debt we have. This should be included in the agrarian reform and also in the law of wastelands, especially when we say in Colombia there are no criminals. We have to recognize this. And 5, to recognize, to acknowledge the different dialects of the Spanish language on this social structure of women, this social structure of family. It is not the same to talk about a nomad family in the flatlands as the nomad family in the Chutpa Caribbean area. It is not the same to talk about the Pacific nomad families in the Pacific and the families in the Amazon, nomad families in the Amazon. So this is key. Here we have the actual recognition, objective recognition, spiritual recognition, philosophical, ideological, and political recognition of being a woman from indigenous people, black people, root people, the rights of the land for farmer women, the differential. This is a key factor that should lead. We need to teach this to the legislative, executive power and the judiciary power. Thank you very much. Thank you, Armando. In these last minutes, I would like to suggest a reflection and hear your opinion about it. One of the recommendations, as I see it, one of the most powerful recommendations of the final report refers to total peace, which is also treated by or addressed by the new administration as one of the goals in the short term. However, when we think about total peace, we are thinking about armed actors, including the National Liberation Army and criminal organizations. But maybe it would be useful to talk about comprehensive peace. And here we're talking about not only armed groups, but also peace, that is suggested by the final report, is peace among society. And I would like to ask every one of you to tell me, what does this mean to you? If you read like all the recommendations and underline this idea of the great peace that Father Pancho commissioners have mentioned, it's impossible not to think about a peace that is the peace of society for this and future generations. Please, 2 minutes, each of you. Oscar, you begin. For me, it is clear. The agreement has a core, the ethical sense of transitional justice. In the case of learning of a human being, you have two ideas, truth and restoration. They are the alternatives to the simple allocation of power. So when we reach a young child or teenager and you ask, what does justice mean for you? They will say something like, if I smoke in the bathroom, I will get 2 days suspension, my mom is gonna scold me. Now, what if we go through a process that understands why consuming, not recognizing the situation that are happening and explaining the truths, and try to find a justice exercise. If there is a penalty, this should be a learning exercise, not to repeat. Maybe you can say, this is not good for health, not good for coexistence. We go through an ethical analysis to ask ourselves why Colombia in a war is deciding to run a restorative exercise based on truth, recognizing and acknowledging the victims of truth. We're talking about ethics here. So I would like to highlight the need to go there. And so I want to make an announcement. There are 165 young people who participated in the 2021 April protests. They are in jail. Some of them are still in jail, but they have not been convicted yet. Regardless of any crimes that they have committed that they must be sentenced for, I would suggest political recognition, not going to impunity. We still keep justice. This would be an important message in this sphere. And finally, I would like to give you this poster. It says, school embraces truth, my school embraces truth, legacy school, non-repetition. On 4,000 schools of Colombia, we will be bringing the report and the recommendations and the statements on not only clarifying the truth, but also the ethics for coexistence and non-repetition. This is the essential mission of the Commission, and we are going to the schools to teach this. Thank you, Oscar. Jorge. To answer your question, Maria Camila, the key point here is how to follow up the recommendations for non-repetition. Always think about non-repetition. Thank you, Oscar. And this implies that we must consider monitoring on those recommendations as a process. As Mark Freeman puts it, it's not an end on itself or a quantitative goal. It is a process that implies the owning the recommendations by all the public policy instruments, by the institutions, coordination with the public policies that are drafted in this and the next administrations. We must also understand the limitations of the recommendations. There are limitations in terms of impact. They were not developed in the framework of a public policy cycle, a full cycle. This means that we must be ready for continuous frustration. Building peace implies understanding constant frustration. The impact of those recommendations will probably not be achieved, but we need to be always vigilant on those recommendations, on the non-compliance with those recommendations. This is important, and it is part of understanding the mandate of this monitoring committee. It is a mandate for surveillance, monitoring of the recommendations, but it is not about knowing the impact. So tolerating frustration is so important to identify what's going wrong, what is not implemented, and why we are not achieving total or comprehensive or full peace, whatever we want to call it. It is a process that is complex. Thank you, Jorge. Julia. I would like to say that going beyond the recommendations, one of the greatest impacts of the armed conflict in the territories was the fragmentation of social fabric, the division of territories, the targeting, and this continues to happen. Some days ago we were asking ourselves in Montes de Maria, despite signing for peace agreement, there is no peace still. What's going on? And why, despite signing 4 peace agreements, the communities continue to target each other, fragmented? The victims of sexual violence are in conflict with the spouses of the victimizers who are in the same communities. So I think that comprehensive peace has to address the territorial issues to achieve it. And the farmer communities, ethnic communities, lost the value of governability, the ancestral governability. Their own government is so weak. The resolution of conflicts was put in the hands of armed actors, and it's still in their hands. So I think we need to make an effort from the bottom to identify, based on the impacts, which are the conflicts in the territories that are caused by the armed actors. We have a normative standard framework, farmer framework, where the population goes into fights for the land. So we need to review the impact of the conflict, the public policies related to land that are dividing the territory, fragmenting the territory, the impact of armed conflict on women, the current situation of the local government and the ancestral authorities, so that we can take everything that was lost and we can rebuild on that. This is an important value from the recommendations. We are going to continue to work for this endeavor. We have to go to the schools. When the professor was talking about the schools, when my daughter was 4 years old, and they had a preschool teacher said, today you are not going to a recess, to a break, you're not going to play because you're talking too much. So my girl had her toy on her hand. I'm not giving up my toy because I didn't talk. They called me because she was a rebel. So listen, this is a penalty, right? The sense of justice. Going from these little things at home, at the household, total peace is going from the deepest places of the being. We need to start there. Thank you, Julia. What do you think? I think the elements presented here are really enriching. I understand total peace or the great peace or the comprehensive peace any of the names. Peace as a national project with three main dimensions. One, total peace is peace among everyone, politically speaking, those indifferent left-wing, right-wing, communist, Santos followers, so all the population, all the sectors in Colombia, the corporate, the law enforcement, students, workers, farmers, everyone, all the ethnic peoples, because the multicultural reality of the country should be highlighted. And we also need a peace that integrates everyone, gets all the regions involved, as well as the armed actors. This is important because we have started a negotiation project with the ELN, with the FARC dissidents, and this is also reaching other armed structures or organizations. Number two, total peace should take into account all the persistence of war, the factors of the persistence of war. The Truth Commission is making a huge contribution, recognizing the absence or presence of the state in basic terms, in justice terms, in terms of security. This peace should address the territories. In Colombia, if there is no territorial peace, there is no peace. It means presence, political participation, decision making in the territories to solve the problem of land, the participation of farmers, etc. The problem of narco traffic, we need to address that as well. This is a persistent factor in this moment. And the third dimension of total peace is that it should include all the dimensions of individual, collective, and social life. So it should strengthen the participation and democracy of young people. We should take into account the nature. Nature has been, as shown in the Truth Commission report, not only the scenario for war, but a victim of war. We have to vindicate the rights of nature, and also a culture of peace that will lead us to transformation of values and attitudes. I think if we work in these three dimensions, total peace among everyone, a peace that goes to the deep, a peace that penetrates every dimension of everyday life, social life, political life. This is how we go to the right path and the sense of total peace. Thank you very much. Thank you, so we're closing this with some words from Armando. The most difficult challenge for peace is unlearning. Learning. Who is a Colombian? A Colombian is a religious person. 2, a person who speaks Spanish, and 3, a person of law. Always solving problems with laws. This is why there are 6,138,000 laws. That's shocking, but this is Colombia. Unlearning is not easy. How can we unlearn these 3 things? How can we tell the new generations that since this Tuesday there are other ways of seeing history and our origin? How can we tell them that the Wayu people, the song was God and the sea was the goddess, and they had the children, the wind and the rain had the sun, and the sea had the wind and the rain, and the rain went to bed with the earth to produce the animals and vegetables. That's us. In the Western logic, the sun will warm the sea, will create the clouds go along with the wind, and then the rain will drop and the seeds will then bloom, giving colors for people and animals. This is called photosynthesis. It's the same concept. Why don't we change the mindset of 450,000 teachers going through a great tragedy? To be a professor or teacher, it's a tragedy. We need to give in votes, giving your dignity, and ask for a loan to go through a major, and then to be promoted you have to go to ask for more loans from EasyTex and other financial institutions subscribed to FICODE. After they reach the top level with loans, and then their children are in debt. They are in debt because the children need a loan, and then they're co-debtor. There's a strategy. That strategy, and these are the people who are bringing the unlearning words for balance and harmony. So the key aspect is to unlearn for new generations, not the laws. We have the majority in the legislative, and we're moving forward. And we have the executive, we're moving forward, but the total peace is based on the Havana Agreement, a legislative act with universal guarantees. And its priority, it's the prospective justice. Any other justices, and the top is intellectual forms of coexistence in many cultures for 50 million Colombians, including 10 million abroad. This is the hardest challenge on learning. Laws are easy. Okay, thank you, Armando. Thank you, all panelists. Thank you, all attendees. This is the end, right?
Yo estoy desaprendido. ¿Quieres decir algo? Ah, bien.
No,
well, another gift in these days, together with the report and some other material, the report in 11 and 10th the grades. We have a tale. It's a tale about truth by Beatriz Eugenia Vallejo. Thank you, Oscar. We will be sharing the social networks, and we see questions about the pedagogy and how to work with this material. And we've been thinking about it, systematizing it. There are lots of material, so thank you for sharing, Oscar. Thank you, Maria Camila, for your presence here, for being here in the conversation. Oscar, Jorge, and our new partners, or those who are taking over for us. Thank you, Mark, and all of you for being here. And these are the reflections on the implementation of recommendations. We're going to launch right now to the Salon Rojo, and after that we'll be back. We would like to share today an audiovisual piece. It's called Develaciones, or Revelations. After that, we're having coffee, post-coffee. Then we're having a conversation in this space with Eduardo Cifuentes, Francisco Del Ru, Elena Uran, and Victoria Sandino. So have lunch and we'll be back.
Hoy yo soy tu canto, yo soy soy el perdón, soy la convivencia, reconciliación. Yo soy la esperanza. Yo soy